Well, yeah,
Uh,
dude. It looked. I mean, it kind of looks like you figured out
yep, and yeah,
the
hopefully,
Discord.
yep, and hopefully everything's working. Yay! If not, please, notify.
I'm curious what you did differently
Um,
with the video. Did you figure out like the virtual camera shit?
I know I'm just using going through the Discord actually, and
Oh, and that's different than the last time.
yeah, where I was using the Twitch Studio and stuff. So
Cool. 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 Uh,
yep. So let me get my notes here. Do 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 do. Um. Okay. So
well, yeah.
yeah, the
Well,
first. Yep.
welcome
Welcome,
everybody.
welcome, welcome. This is two cousins talk. I'm Phil Nilsson. This is.
I'm Tori True, T Tizzle.
Yep. Reason we're doing this is me and Tor have have experienced so much, like a lot of social, not social media, lots of like media, music, movies.
Shit ton. So
Yeah,
much.
and I like these are like bring a lot of great memories for me and stuff. And
Yeah, me as well.
yep, and we got together. I got together and given this part because I've always wanted to do a podcast and all that. And I was like, well, who I not better than a person I've experienced so much media with?
Well, yeah. Another handsome fella. Get two handsome fellas in the mix.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And yeah, no, we shared a lot of media as kids. Uh, consumed a lot of media in our adult lives,
Yep.
and now we're just gonna fuck around and reminisce about such things.
Yep.
So
Well, and our
yeah.
last one, if you were here, Star Wars, me being the first time trying to do this, didn't know the audio. So that's going to be like the lost episode. Maybe down maybe down the line we'll do a just a Star Wars in general. We can
Oh
bring the
yeah, yeah. I'm sure we'll do like an old OG series or something, you
yeah,
know. And
because
I should have recorded it. I should have recorded the audio. At the very least my audio.
yeah,
And you could have just plugged it in.
yeah.
Well,
But now we're talking about space horror,
oh
and
shit.
you know, and which is to me it was because I've probably over the last 10 years I've been getting into like H.P. Lovecraft and stuff. You know, one of the recent movies I saw was the Jack Nicholas Cage, The Color Out of Space. Loved it. But
Mm.
if you don't like Nicholas Cage and crazy movies, you know, we'll just go our own separate ways. But
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we're both connoisseurs of the horror movie. Like
yep,
we as children, I don't think we really had much of a barrier to any
yeah,
movies from our adults as far as I can remember.
yeah. No, I remember watching Jumpin' Jack Flash. You know, rated R. Whoopi Goldberg. This is Whoopi Goldberg, prime comedian. You know, f bombs and all that. And I remember playing that for friends, and they're like, "Oh, we can't watch that." I'm like, "It's just a movie."
I remember you making me watch it, but I always thought it was after the montage. I thought it got boring. remember that. I remember thinking that as a kid. After the Jumpin' Jack Flash montage, I'm
Oh
like,
yeah,
all right,
that
next
was that
next
was the
movie.
highlight.
That was the highlight. But no, but yeah, in terms of horror, yeah, like I mean, I don't know.
I,
We've been watching that shit since we were basically children.
I mean, do you remember your first horror movie?
Yeah, Carrie. When I was like 5.
Mine probably would be technically OG Poltergeist, but have no remembrance. So I would always say mine was Elm Street 5.
Nice,
And it
nice.
was like, you know, and I remember the particular scene of when the um
Wait, Elm Street 5? Are you sure?
yeah,
I mean, we were watching VHSs of Aliens before that movie even
I
came out.
yeah, well, like I said, I don't remember, but it's like I bet when I my actually first dip, I probably watched Aliens, but my first toe tip into the horror movies was Elm Street 5, and it was the scene where the girl was jumping off the high dive and Kruger's claws come out. And my first instinct was this was supposed to be scary. So I think immediately right there I got desensitized. Don't get me wrong. There are movies that I sit here and like, Shining is a perfect one. Is it, music, what is that guy in the dog costume doing in the bedroom? We know what he's doing, but
Oh, we know what he's doing.
I didn't know
Uh,
what he was doing
oh, okay.
at the time.
Well, no, yeah, yeah. Point is, we've been connoisseurs of such thing for a long time, and Phil was like, "Yeah, I'm going to watch Event Horizon,"
Yep.
which put the question into my head, and why is horror in space so great? Why? What is it?
I think I may know the answer.
Oh, well, then this is gonna be a short stream, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll say it afterwards, but I think I know the answer.
Well, yeah, just to do real quick. Let's just roll it down. What are some of the tropes of the horror genre, specifically the horror movie genre?
Okay.
You know,
Okay. Are we talking like slashers too,
oh, I don't know.
or do we just want to
maybe a
stick
little
to the?
bit. The tropes that work not just for slashers, but other horror movies as well. The the foundation of the horror movie.
Well,
One of
well,
them, I would say, it's got to be a menace of some kind, right?
yeah.
Some sort of menace,
Yeah.
external menace of some kind, or monster. It could be a monster. It can be, you know, another person.
An
You
un,
know,
an uns, a bacteria.
yeah, 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 yeah. Something.
Because I'll throw in. We also watched the movie Life recently.
Oh, nice. Yeah. What up? I was gonna say, something like like one thing I'd say, like isolation.
Yep.
You know, like some sort of isolated environment.
Well, I mean, I also think it's that okay. Is so the haunted house they go, is going into it and not can't get out. Even though it's like, yeah, there's the door. The second they hit that door, hey, naturally it's locked.
Yeah.
It's that they only have a small area they can hide. I mean, even though it could be, a huge mansion's size, it's still a small confined area. Especially with you know, if a supernatural. What does this supernatural can do? You know, least that's been always my.
Well, that's another trope, the supernatural, the unknown.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, although I don't, I think some horror movies get away. It doesn't have to be a thing. It's pretty, you know, proliferated into most things we consider horror.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep. Yeah. There was also, yeah, the final girl.
the final girl. True.
Yep.
That's true. Yeah, yeah, it's true. Uh, well, I don't know. I want to say something like music, like jumpy music, or like, but not that. I mean, music exists in most movies, but there's something. Music is very important.
Or lack. Or lack.
Oh, sound design.
Yeah.
Sound design is incredibly important.
Yeah.
They spend a lot of money on it.
Because
It's more of a big aspect than other movies.
yeah, because because of what you said with with Star Wars, was like when there were those times there was no music, you only heard.
Oh yeah,
I know that okay, unless I'm somehow deaf to that music. There was with Alien, I noticed at times there was no music, and then when the alien showed up, or that's when the music started ramping up.
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't. Can you think of any other tropes?
Uh,
I mean, I sort of I put down darkness, but that's really, or it's just, the use sound design and the use of light is also really important.
yeah. Of Unfortunately, I can't.
Well, with those things, like we can do a quick analysis and be like, all right, given that that's what horror movies do, why is space as a setting so good with these?
Well, one, it is the unknown. What is out in space?
Immediately, yeah, it's immediately unknown.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Isolated environment.
Yep.
There can be no more isolated environment than a spaceship, a space station,
Well, and then there's
space
like
itself.
knowing it's that one you have to get rid of the foreign entity and one trying to keep your spaceship. It's like unlike the haunted house, you can't go just jump out in space.
No, you are well and truly stuck.
Yeah. So it's either one, your ship's going to, the ship, you have to either keep the ship intact or blow it up. You just
Which
can't.
most of the times they blow it up.
Yeah.
Apparently.
You just can't say, oh well, I'm just jumping out of the porthole here.
Yeah, yeah. So we got an external menace. I mean, that's easy. That space, we don't know what's out there. It's easy to imagine a bunch of weird shit,
Yeah.
and people have throughout the years. That's easy.
I mean, it was like,
It's
yeah. And I think it was like, all and I think sometimes which also works. It's okay, the initial menace, but then there's a second menace, and that's always the 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 ashes in it. You know,
the companies, yeah, no, that's good. I have that in my notes later as well.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, the secondary menace. Usually coming from inside.
yeah,
That's true. Well then, the trope of like darkness and stuff like that. Obviously, space is
yeah,
dark, and they can do a lot of weird, like any lighting in space is man-made lighting,
yeah. Because
and so
that's one thing I definitely noticed with watching all these is how dimly lit things were. I mean,
oh yeah.
yep, but betrayal.
Betrayal in the darkness.
um,
Uh, Well, and then sound design. I mean, sound
Yep.
design, like
Ex-
space owes its well, can't really hear anything in space, but in terms of the space station,
Yeah.
like it can be unique. It can be a unique thing where there can be a lot of sounds that you don't normally hear in everyday life.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
it's a good environment for doing weird shit.
I mean, right now, if I got put into space, um, I wouldn't know what you know, I've heard hissing, but why is this vent hissing even a little bit more? Is it broken? That's
Yeah.
the one thing I also noticed. How it's like everything on the ship is always something is broken.
Oh well, yeah. Oh yeah, always.
You know, but again, I think that just adds the because it's like okay, well, broken ship, they're going to something's going to happen.
Well, I suppose I almost call that like well, that's something that's I mean, that's something that's unique to space horror, I think. Because I suppose one trope we could say about horror movies is that, they try to build suspense, or at least that's something that they try to do.
Yeah.
Have tension, you
Well,
know?
I think
Tension and release.
they definitely have that. I think better in horror movies than slashers. I mean, come on, when you're watching Elm Street 6, you know, you know who's after you. If you're watching Elm Street 6 and that's your first one, you know,
Well, yeah, it's hard to build up that, yeah, for the audience. That actually, yeah, I have a note about that later, but I think because all three of the movies that we watched for this, we'll tell you in a second, listeners.
yep,
They all have a apocalyptic timer climax. Every
yep.
single one of them, and that's a pretty easy way to be like, all right, let's get some tension in here. Let's get some suspense. Let's just put a timer on all of it.
Yep.
You know, can't re- can't can't do that as easily in like a farmhouse, or like a cabin, like a city, like stuff like that, right?
I mean, I think the only other, yeah, if you did, the only other way would be like, hey, yeah, we're in the next 6 hours, we're just dropping a nuke.
Which movies have done.
Yeah. But again,
Oh yeah.
like in 6 hours, for that, you wouldn't be saying, oh, well, I still need to go milk the cows. Do, do, do. No, you would be one, trying to gather stuff to survive. Stay away from said, this is trying, trying to stay away from said uh, antagonist. And then, hopefully maybe escaping. But again, if we're in outer space, if you know, cut a, if you're only on the one ship and, it's been hinted at, oh, well, the life pods you know, are leaking, been leaking, oxygen. So, something's, one person's going to, try to escape and either get crushed or it's somehow going to fix itself. That's been, it's like that hope, hope. Oh, looks like we got plenty of oxygen.
Well, yeah. So I mean, I guess on a yeah, our cursory conclusion is just from a surface level, space is great for horror. Just it just by its being space and how we would be able to actually be in space. All of
Yep,
a sudden, perfect setting immediately.
yep,
Like you have to like mess with like a I mean, dark woods at night are already a little like that. That's why they put them in there.
yeah.
But like woods during the day, no, no. Space, any time of the day, any time of whatever time is in
it's
that particular point of space time, it's fucking
you,
frightening.
you could see the sun and it's still dark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, so anyway, folks, we chose three movies to really extrapolate on this.
yeah,
Three pinnacles of space horror.
yeah. First one is one of them is Event Horizon, done by Paul Wes Anderson. You know, of who also did Resident Evil movies, the Mortal Kombat movies. Well, movie. Sorry, the first and original movie. Did Critters 4 because
Whoa, 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 you're going way too fast. Event Horizon.
okay,
Critter, you got to give it a little more air. Critters 4,
sorry.
the penultimate of the Critters quadrilogy.
Yep,
Which, if anyone doesn't know, Critters 4 set in space.
yep,
And then the last, the king, legend, the beginning of it all, Alien.
yep. Well,
Got
yeah.
uh,
Oh,
nothing much else needs to be said about that. That's pretty fucking obvious.
yeah.
But I felt that if we were going to do this theme, that we have to discuss it.
They would.
I mean, I feel we might do like they might do like an Alien quadrilogy, or episode later, or do even the Predator ones. I mean, I'd be
Oh
down
God,
for
love
that.
Predator.
Yeah. But we have to do Alien just for a little bit for
Yeah.
this one in particular, because it really started it all. And do you think we should start with that movie since
Um.
it began everything?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
listeners, not that you don't, sure all about this movie, but
Th-
yeah,
this this I think this was what the now the default for horror movies. I mean, you see it in every movie. Any space. Even if it's not horror space movie.
that's true. Yeah, that's totally true. Yeah, the design, the plucky crew,
Yep.
yeah, all that shit, man. Yeah, 1979, my birth year came out.
Cool. So did
Directed by.
did did, did you watch the original or the director's cut?
I watched the original on my laser disc.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got a laser. Well, it's like a collector's edition laser disc, but it's not the director.
Okay. Yeah. I was about to watch it, and I was the service I was using said like, "Hey, you get the director's cut for $5," and I'm like, "Ah,
So
why not?"
did you watch the director's cut?
Yep.
Oh, cool, cool. That Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll
I
talk
mean,
about the difference.
yeah, far as not, it's like only to me added one pinnacle scene to it.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll get into it.
All right.
But yeah, directed by Ridley Scott, one of his sort of firstest movies.
Yep.
Written by Dan O'Bannon.
Who also I actually found this out. Did one of my absolute favorite zombie movie, Return of the Living Dead.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, I I
You O'Bannon?
yeah I was shocked on that. I probably did hear it, but it was like wires didn't mesh at the right time. But no, actually did a few movies that I've watched and I enjoyed. He also, one of it showed on his. He also did the remake of Total Recall with the one with, I want to say Colin Firth, but I know it's not him.
Wow, he did? Man, he must I mean, he was pretty old. He was kind of old back in the day. Like he's old now. Like, man, I guess that's cool. I never saw that.
No, I wanted to, but that's probably a side project for its own.
Nice. Well, do you remember the first time you saw this?
uh, Sadly, I don't. And see, that's the thing. I remember seeing the sequel more, and I always saw like when we had like the HBO, the show times. They always showed clips of it.
Clips of
but
the first one?
the first one. And I mean, I probably saw it like on also like maybe the TBS's, the USA's, but maybe I just like because it started off too slow. It wasn't at that because Aliens was at was what the one thing I was I think, as far as I know, I was exposed to.
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, that was one of our favorite movies
Okay,
to watch together. Like you, me, Kenny. Like we fucking we. I don't know how many times we watched Alien.
yeah.
You know, at the tender age of like 8. Like we
Sitting there playing with
8, 8, 7, and 5.
yeah,
We're
sitting there
just like,
playing with the action figures.
dude, didn't we make a loader with you remember though that like build a fort thing that you had, like the plastic
We tried.
pipes?
Yeah, we tried.
Didn't we try to build a loader?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like yeah, Aliens was a big part of our childhood. So yeah, so it was really weird. Like this it was always a retroactive thing. Like I remember the parents would be like, "Oh yeah," and they would sort of talk about seeing the first one, and
Yeah.
how like that was like the first time they had the chest burster and all that.
Yeah.
And I remember, so I remember like I think I made a very specific point to go out and rent Alien. I was like, all right, I'm finally gonna watch the first one. You know what I
Uh,
mean?
yeah.
Like I made a point of it to like see it.
I remember. And unfortunately, I don't. I think I was in my mid-teens when I actually remember sitting and watching Alien because again, the only thing I remember watching was Aliens. The one scene. Get away from her, you bitch. As a kid, I was saying this. But
Yeah.
it was like but like I remember in like the opening scene, the that like eyeball camera thing, which I think when I did see it when I was little, I think I was a little scared of it because I didn't know what that was. I knew it looked like an eye.
Well, in actuality, it does kind of look like an alien.
Yeah,
Like I think they designed it to actually look like an alien,
yeah.
like the neck.
And so
So yeah.
yeah, so I'm sitting. It was, and then maybe it was one of the when I if I did see it, it was one of those the first part, yeah, slow and beginning, and then it you know it didn't it was that slow building of the world, showing who's in command, who's you know you know what it says in the open crawl, this it's a mining company coming back from carrying X amount of this ore, you know where me when I was a kid, aliens wanted, Marines,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
so I mean,
No, I mean, I think when I first saw it, I think I was a little like turned off by the slowness of it. I think so. Not too much though.
yeah. Well,
Like I remember.
sorry.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead.
I remember. Yeah, no, I remember thinking that like. Well, I remember thinking that it's hard. We're in a bad situation because Alien is included on the fact like that you don't know what's going to happen. Like that is part and parcel. Like that's like the whole point of the movie, that it's everything's so alien. You have no idea when something's going to happen, what it's going to be. And I think that's how why the slowness works for people who did not know what was going to happen, but we knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
In essence, I feel like I knew the plot of Alien before I saw Alien. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I
And
mean,
so it's hard for us to I think at least for me, it's hard to appreciate what it would have been like in like a theater
oh yeah,
to
no,
watch something like
yeah. I think that's
that.
at least like Ridley Scott and James Cameron have. They can present it on a movie theater.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I wasn't, I was never a big fan of Titanic, but I saw it in theater, and I'm just like, wow. But yeah, no, it was a. But I remember years, years ago trying to watch. Was it 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And okay, if you want to talk slow,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
I think it was like 10, 20 minutes before I think even the first, words are even spoken
yeah, yeah.
and stuff. And so I know to this day I've never watched it because of that slowness. Maybe I should go back and give it a try now because being
Oh,
o-
I mean,
being
well, I mean,
being
yeah,
older.
Kubrick's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a great movie. And actually, you can see a lot of influence of that movie on this movie more than any of the other ones.
Well, wasn't John Hurt in that movie too?
Shoot, I'm not quite sure, but was John Hurt in this movie?
Yeah.
Oh,
excuse
oh,
excuse me.
oh.
Yeah.
Oh man, let's check this out. He
Yeah.
was that. Well, I guess he would have been a younger man back then.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, so, yeah, my okay, like my sort of first question is, I know, okay, yes, they explained why they had to go respond to the SOS, but why wasn't it more just like, hey, get closer to make sure, it isn't a one of our like one of our down ships. You know, no, it was like, no, get down there and because to me that would have been something more for an army. Get closer and your guys' radar, beam that shit back to us.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think maybe like the whole
Again, also that they didn't do that, there'd be no movie.
that's true, but also at the same time, they like. I mean, maybe that was their intent to like land and just kind of do some scans or something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
But they get fucked up during the landing process.
okay,
So maybe they were like, "Well, we have enough time."
okay.
Like,
And so that's one thing I definitely enjoyed about. So you know how when stuff breaks in movies and they're like guys like, well, how long do you have? How long to take? Well, we have to fix it in 48. We have give us 48 hours. You have, and then a fifth of a time to do it. They actually didn't do, far as they didn't do that. It's like, yeah, we need at least 24 hours to fix this. Like, okay,
but through these 25 hours to fix. Yaphet Kotto, dude, he's the king.
yep.
Sigourney Weaver's like, I'm gonna go down there and just make sure that they're talking. You're like, why'd she come down here? She don't need to come down here.
Yeah, yeah. Those I like those. I like those too.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, is that kind of a
Dean
is
Stockwell.
well? What I was gonna say was, is there a sub trope of like the comic relief? You know what I'm saying?
But it was like, well, who would have been would have been Dean Stockwell or
Oh, you mean Harry Dean Stanton?
yeah, yeah, Harris. Sorry,
And Yaphet Kotto? Yeah, I suppose because I mean that's kind of the I don't know, maybe it's not comic relief, but it's like, when you really when you get into there, I mean people say this a lot, it's truckers in space.
okay,
And I think those two really like bring out a normalcy to it. Everyone's like kind of like the audience is can relate to it. Any blue collar worker can relate to talking about bonuses. uh,
yeah. Well, I mean,
And
because I'm pretty sure they're worried because then maybe they were the maintenance the guys who had to make sure the ship doesn't fall apart,
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They're definitely like maintenance. Yeah, yeah.
and so it's like yeah they weren't down there drilling and stuff, and so the ones who are sitting there drilling are the ones who are going to get more of the bonus than them. And they're like, "Hey, what about us here? We're at least keeping the oxygen going, so you guys stay alive."
That's right. That's right. Although it's kind of funny, like it's a very it's a. I mean, I suppose a lot of some horror movies do this. That there's no even at the beginning of the film, there's no real protagonist. There's no real main character.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Like
yeah,
it's a medley.
well, I mean, because I think at this time, um, Tom Skerritt, it's probably was the most better known actor, at least an American actor.
Uh, well, yeah, and he's known as a leading guy. I mean, Harry Dean Stanton's pretty well known, but he's a character actor. He was
Yeah,
like probably audiences in the '70s would look at Tom Skerritt and be like, "All right, he's the main guy."
yeah,
And the movie kind of like does that. It kind of shows him sort of as the main guy a little bit,
yeah. He's the one.
but not really. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, but then it's like because there's Veronica Ne- God, I can't remember her name now.
Veronica Cartwright, is that
Cartwright,
her
yeah,
name?
I think that's it. Um, and to me, it was like I automatically knew she was probably going to be
Oh,
the one of the oft ones. Of course, I mean, to me, it was like I was, you know, pretty sure Harry Dean Stanton wasn't going to survive. I mean, if I had to go, okay, on my when I look, a little bit extracted from memory, the ones I would have guessed immediately either to survive was Tom Skerritt, um, yeah, what's his name?
yeah, Yaphet Kotto.
Yaphet Kotto, um, Sigourney Weaver, but you know maybe because if there was two,
Yeah, yeah. See, we don't get that luxury. Like I try to put myself in the brain of the person in the '70s watching this for the first time. It's like, would you think Sigourney Weaver would be the character to end up at the end?
but she was but yeah, no, but yet she was making all the right, sort of right decisions. You know,
Well, yeah, no, yeah, yeah, yeah.
the 24 hour,
Ripley's the goat.
yeah, the 24-hour quarantine. She was, had they done that, stuck to that,
They would have been fine.
yeah, yes, poor Kane would have been still dead, but
No, yeah. Uh, Yeah, no, I try to think of like what I would have thought, like what I would have thought going forward. Although it does, I mean it does, but what I'll learn also is that, as we go along is that that is almost kind of a trope for these movies is that they start out in a medley of people and then slowly kill them off and until you end with a final girl or the final girl
yeah,
or you know, but but Alien is not alone at even among the movies that we just saw.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
I mean, I was that's one thing. Also, I've noted with you know this. I I apologize. I tend to jump a lot around, but
oh yeah,
that's one
jump
thing I
around, buddy.
definitely noticed with between Aliens and Event Horizon. Literally, you could almost pull those ships as the same. Almost the style, and I think that was also what also makes the space. It was like going into a foreign alien, and you know, where we're used to the straight lines, the the um the the vent ports being right there, and you're going in, and it's like swirls and stuff, and you know, on the wall, and that I think that's what gives it's it's going into that foreign area.
Well, yeah, shout out to Giger,
Oh yeah,
because like yeah, I mean that's why this movie it's partly why the movie is like better than like what it was meant to be. It was meant to just be like a slasher film in space,
Yeah.
but Geiger made it live up to its name because his shit looks alien,
Yeah.
and it gave it something that was truly like unknown
Yeah.
and unexpected. And that's horror tropes in a nutshell. Like, so all that shit, like when they go to the planet, the ship, the engineer,
Yep.
all that shit just looks so cool.
I That actually got me thinking a bit when they look at the space jockey and it says something burst out of its chest. It got me like again, I don't want to try to get into the expand just stick to this, but how big would have that alien that would have been a queen alien, because
Oh,
they're and then like where is that queen, how long of a life cycle was it dead, was it just supposed to be in a hiding in another area, now it's now all dead because it's been there for years and years.
well, Phil, we thought we'd get all those answers with Prometheus, but
Yeah.
sadly, we got bamboozled.
uh,
Oh, you think this engineer is that space jockey? No, that's a different space jockey. Oh, you think this planet's that planet? No, it's a different planet. Why? Why, Ridley? Just make it the same planet. What are you doing?
yeah.
Because one of my biggest questions with Alien, and I saw this a lot more on this viewing, is how does the company and Ash know so much about it?
I
Because he does. Like there's some Ash knows. Well, first off, the very fact that that was their orders, obviously the company knows.
Yeah. Well,
And then Ash,
maybe that was always a like default, sort of that, you know, how trying to think how he has his orders. Okay, make sure the ore gets there, but okay, let's put the he got his order 66. You know, if a signal happens, and it had to be one of those chain events. If Kane didn't get the face hugger, you know, they would have just left off. But because of that happened, it's like, okay, make sure you bring that thing back to us at any expense.
yeah, yeah, no, no. I suppose it could be like a blanket thing, but it feels to me like there's some knowledge in there. There's
Yeah,
some knowledge of what it is.
yeah,
But maybe I'm just reaching.
yeah,
But it's even the same in Aliens because like Ripley tells her story and they're like, whatever, we don't believe you or whatever,
yeah.
but secretly they're like, got to get this thing. Like they know the whole time, so yeah, I don't know. But
I wouldn't doubt Ash was sending them, updates, you know, to
oh, maybe.
the company. It's like, okay, patient Kane has now woken up.
Hmm.
Uh, Paris, for alien, unfortunately dead. But we did an X-ray on him, and there's something ingested in him.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah, that could be all it is. I had thought that there could have been something in like the Prometheus and Covenant films that reached the gap and like made it known why the how the company knew, like at least vaguely, that there was something worth knowing over
Okay.
there.
Well, okay, if you want to put that stress with Prometheus, yes, they would have with the Alien versus Predator movies.
No, whoa, wait, wait, whoa! I didn't cross that line, buddy. You crossed that
Yeah, I
line.
know.
That's a different tier of canon right there.
Yeah, I know. But if we want to step into that puddle,
All
but
right,
like
fair
I said,
enough.
I you know like so they knew.
A lot,
If we
lot of
wanted,
lot of people knew.
yeah,
They were fucking with aliens in Alaska in 1999.
and then 2 years or how many years later, in some Wyoming city, which
Oh,
they
Jesus.
nuked.
All right, all right. Let's pull back. Let's pull back to what we know is canon. Uh, all right. Well, yeah. No, I don't know. Suppose we can talk about, yeah, chest burster scene just really quick,
Oh
and it's like, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, this is not just classic horror, but this is like just, it's exemplary of horror, because it's gore, suspense, it's tension,
yeah,
surprise, shock,
I mean,
great music.
you saw all right there on Nancy Cartwright's face when the blood splurts out. That was pure, genuine terror. And so that's what I would love to been on. I would love to be on. Had been on set, you know, hearing what Ridley Scott wanted to do and what they're telling the actors. You know, you know, it's like, okay, John, we're going to sit here. Put a, we're going to put a puppet on, and viscera, and yeah, it's going to burst out. We're going to just squirt blood everywhere.
Yeah, don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Because isn't that the story that they just didn't tell anybody
Yep.
about it, and they brought him on the set and were like, "All right, you guys having dinner?
Yep.
Just chilling." And then maybe in the script they were just like, something happens or something like that.
Yeah. You think
But
they
yeah,
were?
man. But that's the thing. It's like, yeah, that I mean, again, it's like, because we knew what happens. We knew in Aliens that that's what happened.
Yep. So do you think if they
Like,
would have got him some Petro Bismol, it would help?
I love Pepto Bismol. I drink it almost daily, and I love
Yeah.
that shit.
Oh, you don't?
That stuff works
Do
wonders.
you not remember?
Hello, my baby. Hello, my heart. I'm a
Which
ragtime
John
girl.
Hurt reprised that role.
Oh no, not again. Oh God, and in fact, I think I'm quite. Definitely me. Probably you. Probably watched Spaceballs and saw that reference before actually watching Alien.
See, I think that's why I think I saw Alien was because of that scene.
You know what? I think I'm the same. I think that, yeah. I think the same thing. We're like, we got to figure this out.
Yeah.
Got to figure this out. We got to watch this.
What did he have? Did he have the fish or the special? Oh, he had the special. That's what I'm having. Change my.
Hi, handsome. Hi, dream.
If yeah, if you haven't guessed, we're quoting Spaceballs, one of Mel Brooks's best comedies.
That's right.
Oh yeah, so this was always one thing that did bug me about the whole face uh hugger, scene and all that. So John Hurt's exploring, sees the eggs, it jumps and gets on his face. How did it break the mask?
Acid.
See, okay, that to me is a problem. Okay, when they
Oh
try
yeah.
to remove it, okay, apparently, okay, molecular acid is. I looked this up. Look this up. Is apparently is often used either one by busy or lazy writers.
Yeah.
Because if it had molecular acid on, and it jumped on his face, why was there no when it came off? Unless they, I understand. Well, this probably didn't have a super huge budget. Why were there like no like scars on his face? You know,
Well, no, you're right.
you know.
Well,
It,
I mean, one can just like think that like it. those facehuggers can somehow control, like, know how much acid they need to put out before it's cauterized,
Yeah. Well, then
you
how did
know?
it know it to get through? Because of course we only saw like a split second, so there was
Yeah, it
probably
it
a
literally it literally coulda just cracked it
yeah.
as
That
well
was what
with the
could have
force.
its legs, broken it, but no, that always bugged me. Is like
Oh, that's
because when they
fair.
cut it off and there's like the acid drops and they went through how what 2 layers and then
Mm,
always it was like okay, well, what is their body made of that can hold molecular acid? I remember watching Breaking Bad, and when they first did the bodies, they had to get Jesse put just threw the body in a tub where Walter White, eventually got at least a pyrite, you know, and so that always just I I never could wrap my head around it. It's like,
oh, it's such a cool concept, though.
yeah,
So cool. So edgelord. It's the most edgelord.
yeah, and I mean, and it's like that in that image of them, then when they take it off, it's like, okay, the stuff that's foamed or is like, was that like part of his suit, to make sure, if it did crack, he would be knocked out, or was that just like just froth and steam and
Mm.
and stuff,
No, I know, I know, no, I feel you. I feel you. No, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Uh,
I
yeah.
get,
Guess all we can say is that the facehuggers are really good at their job.
yeah, again for an alien, we didn't know.
Yeah, yeah. Some kind of living thing in here, guys, something living in here. Let me touch it. Let me. Oh, it opened up. Let me put my. Hang on. I just gotta put my face in here. Wait up, guys.
I want to
Don't
touch.
worry.
I want to touch it with a stick.
I'm gonna touch it with my finger. Don't worry, guys.
Okay, I want to see so she had to get the crocodile hunter. You see that? That's a xenomorph over there. I'm gonna touch it with a stick.
Look, it's just bitten like half of my brain out. It's a crazy specimen. Oh god. Well, no, this brings up a whole different question about aliens. The whole alien universe, which I've always had a question about,
Yeah,
is have they already seen aliens, like different aliens, like any other like xenomorph? Because you can't really tell, like, if humankind at this point has like found different life. I think that I think they have found different life, but not intelligent life.
I would agree with you with that.
But then, like the Marines and aliens are talking about having sex with like Altarians or something.
See, I would
Remember
take
that?
that. Yeah, I would take that. If a if a human right now went to Mars, and they would be a Martian.
Oh, oh, okay, okay. You know what? That's smart. I thought you were going to go the route of like, well, there's these like sheep-like animals on Mars, on Altair, and fuck it, like literally, fuck it.
No, that
Oh my
dude. That's what Jay's gonna do. You see, homeboy over there, he went to Mars. He found him met a Martian, and he fucked it.
oh god, okay. I All right, okay, okay, okay.
You
No,
know,
you're right.
because
Yeah,
by that time, because what she was had been out in space for 50 years. LV-21, or I can't remember. LV-21 had now been leased. They had that by that time they were getting colonization working.
well,
It,
yeah,
it,
they've probably already had some colonies even during the first movie.
yeah,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's just it's always been a vague thing, you know.
yeah. Honestly, I didn't really think too much about it. But that's what. But I when I but yeah, no, that would be my guess is, you know, people who now are on that, that planet.
Hmm. All right. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Again, I don't know how to do this on Twitch, but I need to take a quick break.
Okay, we'll be back.
Okay, yeah, we'll
All
be
right,
back.
all
One
right,
sec.
okay.
We'll be back. We'll be back. We'll be back.
I don't know what I got it on pause.
Can they still hear us?
They probably can. Can you
Hey, all
can you
right.
can you
We're-
still hear us,
Please put a
people?
bookmark in the tomb. All
Yeah.
right, be right back. Where is that?
Iced coffee.
Hey Phil,
Yeah.
your your nightbot your nightbot went for Lionheart. Your night uh oh shit, what do we call the night?
uh,
What's his
was it
name?
Gregory?
No. Fuck, what was
No,
it?
no, no.
Oh, Greasimo.
Yeah, Greasimo.
Greasimo has already killed an innocent. Unless Lionheart actually was spamming.
Well, I think he was putting basically a bunch of like s- emotes.
What a dick.
Yeah, he was.
Alright, simmer down, Greasimo.
Yeah, he was putting stuff like that.
Let the man meme.
I think it's one of those I need to go in and like. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so
Alright, yeah, so we're still talking about Alien.
we're back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the big scene after this is they decide they got to go hunt this thing that burst out of their friend's chest.
Yep.
You
Okay,
know.
isn't it always weird? I always wanted that like little flashlight. They were
Oh
because
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know
dude.
why. To me, I thought it was like also a little taser,
Hmm.
but I always wanted one of those just little flashlight, just to
Oh, that's cool.
yeah,
I don't know. It was awesome. But but yeah, I don't know. I don't know about you, but like, yeah, uh, this whole part right here where like Brett goes around, like the cat like freaks, and he goes to find the cat.
yeah,
It can seem a little long. It's
yeah,
lengthy. But again, I have to keep thinking the audience would not like the beauty of it is that like it would be this long thing, and the audience would be like, okay, what's going
yeah.
on?
They're looking for a size of what Jonesy is, and Jonesy best space cat ever.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Shout out. Uh, yeah, but then how would that audience have ever known that the alien would get that big? They wouldn't have.
Yeah, no, I mean when you go in when you're watching it, you literally see it.
It's
You see it
fucking
hanging in the
awesome.
chains, and I don't think I realized until I saw I listened to another podcast talking about it. It's like, yeah, no, it's hanging right there, and I'm like,
Oh shit, it is. I didn't see that.
yeah,
You can
it's
see you can see it before the reveal.
yeah, it's literally
Oh,
hanging in the chains.
oh shit,
It
I gotta
just
go back. That's cool.
yeah, you see its head and everything, and it just looks like I'm just gonna say pylons, just something that just hanging up in chains. And so it
Oh,
actually got me like when I was watching the movie, the whole like fast forward when Nancy and they were getting the stuff. I'm looking in the corners. I'm like, is it there? You know, was it hiding in the room with them the whole time? But again, okay, that yeah, but
well, I will say at the very end, as Ripley is like getting into the lifeboat and getting into the chair, I had never seen the alien in where it's in
yeah,
there before the other scene, but I saw it this time. You can see it at the very beginning of the lifeboat scene, which I had never seen before, which
yeah,
is pretty cool.
yeah. So
Well,
okay,
anyway, yeah,
I do got a question. Do you think this
yeah.
movie made the flamethrower cooler?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think James Bond had a lot of flamethrowers in it, like the '70s Bond movies. So,
But weren't like much just out of his car. But no, like the way they're, it's just this. I think they made it cooler looking. The flamethrowers
oh,
are cool,
I mean,
but to me, this
yeah,
made them look even cooler because it was just like,
yeah, no, it's cool, and it's just something that yeah, Yaphet Kotto like just like threw up.
yep.
Like it wasn't even like a weapon. There was just something. All right,
Okay,
got to make something.
that was one thing I don't nothing I never did not understand. Even watching the director's cut. So when Dallas is going through the vents and all that, trying to find it, again, they didn't know. I don't think they knew it was as big as it was. You know, because
Right, right.
and he's there. How come like they didn't have like glow sticks? Like again, I know he had a flamethrower, but he could have sit there, pop, threw it down.
Well, he had. I mean, the scene's lit, so he has some lighting of some kind, like the
Yeah,
flashlight, little flashlights they just got and stuff like that.
yeah. And then the I completely forgot they had that Geiger count that the
Oh yeah, the little.
and it's like that thing was so like because when you saw it coming towards Dallas, the way it made it was like on his level, so he goes down a level, and there it is. So either they were misreading that thing severely,
Well, it was like it was a rush together like
yeah,
piece
or
of equipment by Ash. Like
yeah,
it wasn't like because that's all they had, you know.
yeah, and I think it
Uh,
was because it was just like I that was one thing. It was just like it made it sound like it was so close, and then when the reveal, you know, its face because it when you actually see it in light, it was like, oh no, it's right next to it. It's like, but you said it was coming close to him where he was. I mean, unless there was another hole that we didn't see. Get molecular acid.
no, no, this scene's fucking incredible.
Yeah, it's
But and this is the thing. This is what I was thinking. It's like because like think about this. It's like horror's been around for a bit, right?
yeah,
Like some horror movies and that. But you know, with sci-fi horror, you can do a bunch of different things with it. You couldn't do before. You can have like different voices on comm,
yeah,
different places. You know, you can have you can cut to like sensors, like the thing that's like tracking movement,
yeah.
or and showing the situation from different perspectives. Like you couldn't do that in like a Dracula movie.
No, no.
So it's like so yeah, sci-fi does horror pretty well because it gives you the ability because yeah, just everything about that scene, like like like
It's give you
Lambert's voice like over top, like hearing through the comms
yeah.
from Tom Skerritt's thing,
I
it
think it
just
gives
makes it
you the
all the more
sense of
tense.
confusion.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You just get super confused by the whole and like and yeah, and like crawling through an air duct, super claustrophobic.
Yep.
Like, is there are I mean, I suppose you could find an air duct in a haunted mansion, but I mean, why would you be why would you be crawling through it? There's miles of air ducts in a
Yeah.
spaceship.
Well, I think spaceship's air ducts would be different than a mansion's. It'd be like, you know, size of my keyboard.
Well, anyway, yeah, no, it's awesome. And the thing about this scene is, yeah, I remember when watching the scene, I was surprised that Tom Skerritt got taken away.
Yeah,
That's like because I was like, that's a probable main character has left the building.
yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It was like they didn't say they found a body; he was taken away.
That's true. Yeah, yeah.
You know, because he says that there was no blood, which which then comes to one of the scenes later in the director's cut. So yeah, so by this time Dallas has been taken out. It's like yeah, okay, we need
Who
to
who's in charge?
see. I always took it Ripley was like more of the second command.
Well, I mean, she even says it. She's third command
Yeah,
behind Dallas and shit. Kane's character.
okay, yeah. Okay. Or did early in the movie did it seem like that Nancy Cartwright's character and Sigourney Weaver's like there was an animosity,
Oh,
or
no,
am
not
I
really.
okay? I know it came in forefront when yeah she wouldn't let them in, but just I don't know. I just caught this like there was some type of animosity between. those two.
I mean, I think Ripley just sort of has a bit of animosity towards everybody.
Yeah. Well,
And or no, people are animists towards her because she tells them the truth.
yeah.
She doesn't cherry pick
It's
or froofing things up, and
yeah.
she
Well,
just says it.
yeah. Yeah, I think there was also a novel that was released, and I think it was implied there was a, like, I don't know if it was there was a love affair between Dallas and her, between Dallas and Ripley. You
Well,
know,
I would say no. My canon says no. Ripley doesn't got time for that trifling
it's,
shit. uh,
yeah, but yeah. So yeah,
well,
they're
she takes over obviously because she's
yeah,
now in charge.
yeah.
So she
Um,
goes to the mother, which is a pretty cool little bit. It's a little that's very 2001 Space Odyssey.
yeah,
The mother cockpit or whatever, you know.
yeah.
She finds out the truth.
To me, it was like this is what my only had a very Cerebro from X-Men vibe. Yeah, she finds out the truth. So that was always another thing that did did his killing. Do you think because of her like pushing him, and he probably hit a wire? Do you think that caused his killing spree for her
Mm.
Ash, or do you think that was part of his? If they interfere,
Yeah, yeah, no, no, I don't think Ripley like messed him up in any way. No, that he had orders,
okay,
and and well, yeah, well, and as you said, this is the secondary menace
yeah, and,
of this movie is Ash, which he's known about this. He's been doing something else other than everybody else the entire time.
yeah.
Company has been doing something else.
And it was like, then you look in hindsight, it's just how he talks and reacts when it's revealed he's an android. This guy does isn't thinking on a same level or anything.
Oh
It's-
man,
but again, it's just like no, you didn't know what it was, and then when it's revealed that yeah, he's there to bring the xenomorph to Earth, and so which was a problem. To me, the only problem with that is, like you said, it's a perfect killer. It would have offed him, no problem. And however they got to Earth, you know, yeah, it was still gone Earth, but I'm pretty sure there's like buttons they have to hit, or you know, make sure that the what is it called? Like some type of space people won't shoot their ship down because they're like, "Hi, Nostromos, please, you know, please say who you are, or we'll shoot your ship down." But again, there was a part of a script where supposedly Ripley dies, and then when they apparently get close enough to Earth, the xenomorph in her voice,
oh really?
yeah,
That
and I'm just like, yeah, that would have
would have been weird.
automatically, I think, would have killed that franchise.
Well, I want to say first off, best robot acting of all time.
Yep.
Oh, no one touches it. There's something so fucked up about him, and it makes so much sense. And also, again, think about this. Think about this is another like huge surprise of the movie. Like, think about what audience would have known, had any idea that one, robots existed in this universe,
Yeah.
or that robots looked exactly like humans, that one of them was the crew, that it was Ash.
This
Like when he's like spitting milk out, like what do you think the audience was thinking?
and this is before Terminator, way before
Mm,
Terminator.
yeah, that would have been almost as much of a surprise as the chest burster,
Yeah.
I think. Like what the I even think like when I first saw it, I was like, what the hell is going on? It's like, oh yeah, he's an android.
Yeah.
Like amazing. amazing.
Yeah.
But it's a little lost on us because we know androids exist. We've seen Bishop. We
Yeah.
saw Bishop, and we know all about Bishop, and
But
that's
see,
it.
like
We
again, because I remember that line. It's like, oh, her. But again, it's like as far as I never saw Alien, and so it would have never. I would have expected, a C3PO esque looking android.
I mean, I think that's what's kind of was like par for the course for most of the sci-fi in the 70s.
Wow, that's
Obviously, Star Wars.
yeah. I was just
All
like,
the robots were very robotic.
yeah, and Ash, because I don't think Ash talked, looked human, except when they put. I have to say that was probably one of the coolest flamethrower when he hits him and it just the human skin
Oh yeah,
latex
yeah,
just
yeah,
and it's like mannequin face. And it's like
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet.
again, I think this movie made flamethrowers cool.
Love it.
They're like, if we make an alien movie, we at least have to have a flamethrower.
But yeah, man. I mean, yeah, and then the part after this is where like they're like, all right, we're gonna blow up the ship,
Yeah,
you know, uh, and the thing is, and again, it could seem a little like long, like really slow in a way, but I think it's really more like there's a lot of busy work.
yeah,
It's really just watching people do work to like get something done.
yeah,
But again, I think that like think about if you did not have watching this movie the first time. They've already shown you that the alien can come out at any time.
yeah.
So if you're watching this the first time and you're just watching people like press buttons and move shit around, it's like on these long takes, you don't know. I mean, we know,
Yeah.
but like those
I mean,
first audience member knows.
and they never saw. They never. Up to that. No one's. Everyone who's ran upon that xenomorph died. So they had no idea what they were looking for. It's not like
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not like Dallas had like, oh my god, it's bigger.
It's bigger. It's got no eyes. It looks kind of like an H.R. Giger painting. You know that dude? He was pretty cool. He was an Austrian or something. This alien looks exactly like one of his paintings from 1974. It's crazy, man. But no, no, you're right. Yeah, like when Lambert and Parker like die when they see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like Parker can't even or Lambert can't even move because it's like
And then
first
I
time she's
actually,
seen it.
that was actually like, why? Because he had, Ripley and uh, had both had flamethrowers. Like, why did he just not use that? I'm like, he, the alien was probably in between them. So if he would have hit the alien, it would have hit Parker. If I'm getting the names right.
Or
Is that
Lambert is the lady.
okay? What if
Uh,
she? If the flames would have hit Lambert?
well, yeah, yeah. I mean, it was yeah. It wouldn't have been safe. He was trying to be. He didn't want to hurt her.
Yeah.
There was just no way. So he tried to be the guy who goes in and does it with his fists, but no, he can't do it.
Yeah.
But he didn't know. He didn't know that.
Yep. I mean, that was actually because it was like they actually did pop, did the one they at least went in twos. And that still didn't stop, because
Lambert and Parker,
and it's
Ripley and Jonesy.
yep. But again, it's like if all three of them went there, it was like all three of them would have been dead. End of movie.
No problem.
I mean, I okay. Now I would like to see a literally an alien like choose your adventure.
Oh, yeah.
You know, is like if it's like okay, do you go with Lambert and Parker? Yes, okay. Alien shows up, but and unfortunately, you know,
Unfortunately, you chose wrong.
yeah.
Dead, or you're not, or you're just
Or you're now
suspended somewhere.
you've now been impregnated by yeah.
Good for
So
you. Good job.
so yeah,
The end. Try start again.
yeah. So this is where I think the with the direct it actually because apparently for years there was a scene where where she runs upon Dallas and the remains of Harry Dean Stanton, and because everyone was like, well, okay, what happened to Dallas? What you know it was cut, and to me, they could have kept this. They honestly could have kept it in because one I actually noticed the director's cut is actually a minute shorter than the regular. So I'm like, side
I
note,
wonder what he cut.
yeah, I may have to watch.
Like, what did I see that in my viewing that you did not see?
Yeah,
I mean, probably just some of the longer takes or something from like
probably.
some of the.
But then, yeah, so she runs, run upon with the flamethrower, sees, and see, and I remember watching a video about the xenomorph biology. Like they can't, if there's no queen to create an egg, they can create an egg through, and that's what we saw with Harry Dean Stanton's character. He was slowly turning into an egg.
Oh,
Now,
oh, okay.
now Dallas's character, I don't know if he was also was turning into one, or it was just therein to be impregnated. And I would like to think he was also being turning into an egg because it's like, why didn't she just, you know, understand timing and all, try to get him? And well, I think he was slowly getting turned into an impromptu egg.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really, it doesn't even really have to be that. Like, one can almost think because I've seen that scene as well, the past, and in my mind, it's that I mean, the xenomorphs, for all intents and purposes, are just insects. Like,
Yep.
and mentally speaking, like they do what their instinct tells them, which is I found a human, I kept him alive, got to put him up on the wall.
Yep.
And then the queen and then everything else will do what they need to do. Like the
Yep.
xenomorph just does it by pure instinct.
Yeah.
That's one way to look at it. But then in terms of like, but that with Harry Dean Stanton, that could also just be instinct as well.
Yeah.
But then Ripley like not helping him, it's like I don't know, like doesn't he whisper "fucking kill me"?
Yeah.
And
So
she
because
does.
yeah, 'cause to me it was like 'cause he looked, again, like he looked okay. He just
Well, he was
looked,
he was a bit pale, and he
yeah,
was
but it was just I was
like
just
really pale.
yeah. So I mean, one guy he was in the process, being served up, so another xenomorph could, it's not exactly they have to be healthy; they just have to be alive.
Right. Right.
So another xenomorph, or he was, because if he was, because to me, I also with undone because with um, Lambert and Parker, he would have kept those two alive to be ingested.
Oh, I mean, maybe, but I mean, we know he kills Parker.
Yep.
Could
Or
see that, but maybe he kept Lambert alive. Yeah.
yeah.
But
But
then, but then,
you see
oh,
their bodies; they're dead.
oh, I got you, I got you. Uh, well, yeah, well then comes, and this is like the one scene which is even like knowing stuff, it's hard to like. It's a very long scene because it's like Ripley grabs Jonesy and decides she needs to blow up the ship. So she does all the stuff to blow up the ship. Like you see all of it. It goes through the entire
Yeah,
process.
which
A lot of busy work.
I liked
No,
because
no, it's cool. But
because
but then the weird thing is, but she does that, and then we get the and then we st- and now we get the apocalyptic tension,
yep.
for the rest of it. But then the scene is that she goes down the hall to grab Jonesy and go into the thing. The alien is in her way. It's just literally blocking the hall into the lifeboat. So she goes back to the bombs
Okay,
to
my brain, I must have, it was like, yeah, it's like, why is she undoing the bugs? Like, okay, accept her. She should have, or like, hey, grab my shoe, throw it. Your butt should run that way.
Hey, maybe that could have worked. Who knows, man?
Yep.
Who knows? But that's the scene. It's like we see her do the thing. She goes there, blocked in the way. So she's like, "All right, I better. I guess I can't go that way. Can't get in. So I better stop it." Goes all the way back, does all the stuff again, doesn't do it in time. So
Yeah.
then goes all the way back. It's just kind of, I don't know. It's like, of anything in this movie, it's like a weird, clunky, kind of clunky little thing.
Yeah.
At least I've thought so. It's just it's just like, geez, you blow up the ship, not gonna blow a ship. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna?
Yeah. I always did find that part a little weird. It's like, okay, you have to blow the ship up, and then she goes back, and it was just like, which I mean, yeah, I like that when she setting it up because it makes me happy. It's just like it's not the little red button sitting, you know,
No,
the
it's cool.
the shiny
Yeah, it's
red button.
no, it's no, it yeah, it is really cool.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, but the third time she goes through the hallway, the alien's now gone,
yeah.
or seemingly gone. Jonesy's still there.
I actually thought at one point I was like, I wonder if he somehow just because it could, it's like, did it get there in Jonesy's poor cage?
Well, I mean, think about the audience. They wouldn't know because there's that quick shot of the alien looking at the cat.
Yeah.
Like, who knows what they were thinking?
Oh, I mean, I would love to have been in the audience of when it does that. People, you know, pe- people killing animals in movies. It's like they get ravenous. You know, that's why we have a franchise. Because a guy killed one man's dog.
Yeah, there's like five, almost five movies now. Shit.
Yeah, four. Fourth one just got announced.
I'm
And I, and I,
thinking I'm back.
I'll see the next John Wick. I like those movies.
Oh yeah, those movies are the shit, man.
Yeah.
Uh, well, yeah, we get to the final bit, lifeboat scene, and yeah, and again, it's like it's the same thing. It's a kind of false ending.
Yeah.
Another horror trope. Uh, like she does it like just in time, basically. Pretty cool. And as we'll see, I think something that's in all three of these movies.
Yeah, they they've all ended with them.
One ship exploding, at least,
Yeah,
or a
or
part of the ship exploding.
and the final, at least as far as I know, the final. Because I don't remember um, that fourth one, but I think all of them, at least the alien. No, okay, no, third one was on the prison planet. So three out of the four, the the bad alien gets sucked out into space.
Yeah, 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 yep, exactly. Yep. It's like a pattern. It rhymes. It's like
Yeah.
poetry. It rhymes. Thanks, Lucas. Uh, well, yeah, well, so yeah, but it's a false ending, and so as she's getting ready for bed, a little sub trope, the scantily clad woman rolls in here. I mean,
which has
let's
been
be real.
which has been one of the most iconic. You know, was it Family Guy did it? No, American Dad did it. Sorry, American Dad did it. Um, there's been a few cosplayers I've where they've done that.
Oh,
They're
nice,
leaning like this, and somebody's uh, cosplaying as the xenomorph behind her.
nice, pretty cool. Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I mean, it's a part of horror. It's a part, and so it's a part of sci-fi horror. You can't
What
totally get rid of it.
my little question? I know it's going to sound pervy.
All right, let's do it. Let's get into it.
What
You gotta say.
do you? It's like the underwear. Do you wonder if that was intent, like they were bought like that, or like did they like, okay, when you get a pair, oh, they're too small, but we're like last 3 minutes, you're going to like, okay, fine, I'll just wear it. Or do you maybe think that's how Sigourney Weaver wears her underwear?
no, I get you. I had the same thought, but my thought was that that's how Ripley was her underwear.
Okay.
'Cause she don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it was just
It's probably well worn. You probably don't have much underwear in space. You're like
yeah,
two pair.
yeah. Because I'm just I'm like that doesn't besides covering that part of a woman. It was like, but again, it added this titillation factor into it.
Oh, what are you gonna? What? Yeah, it's a horror movie.
She now is literally
It's a sense of like false safety, and then that false safety is totally fucked.
yeah,
Like it's really good. Like
it's
it's a really good use of that, and the fact that the aliens like skies and the shit, that's just straight Giger.
yeah,
Fucking amazing. This whole like last bit is so cool.
yeah. I mean, I would like to one. I would like to know, was there original look for the alien before before they talked to Giger, or was Giger did did somebody like see Giger's paintings and like could you draw something like that for our show
I
for
mean,
our
it's
movie?
possible that I think there was like one painting he did, which is basically the alien before the movie was made. I
Okay,
could be wrong about that. He could have painted it after, but I mean, but even so, even the stuff he painted early on looked. I mean, it all looks kind of the same. It's that fucking like organic, mechanical
yeah.
shit.
Because
And so,
I think I saw some of his stuff, and to me, it's like you could almost like what's that Hellraiser. I
oh,
would almost put Giger and Clive Barker's art almost as one and the same. I'm pretty sure now if I look at it solidly, yeah, no, they're different.
well, I mean, I would just say that that stuff was inspired by from Giger
Yeah.
because I mean, he did it first. Uh, but I mean, that's not a bad thing,
No, no.
and this shit is awesome. And I think it was that, like he designed the alien, and then the production designers were like, Ridley was like, "Hey guys, make the lifeboat look like the alien, so we can't tell it's fucking in there."
Yeah.
Like they based it off of its design, not the other way around,
Okay.
which is cool.
I mean, do we ever get a sense on really how big it is? I know we see it stand, but it
It seems
always,
to change. It seems to change a little bit.
yeah,
I mean, just from our perspective, not like actually change, but it's like 11 feet tall when it kills Harry Dean Stanton,
yeah,
and then it's like you know, like 10 feet tall when it kills Lambert and Parker. And then it's like 7 feet tall when it's in a lifeboat. And
yeah,
it's an alien. Who knows what the fuck it can
yeah. Have you ever heard about there was another like cut scene? It was called the crab walk.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, yeah. And they have like a little bit of footage of the dude trying to do it.
Yeah,
And it really was like, oh no, I don't think I can do that one.
yeah. I think it is like, yeah, no, that would definitely would again would it also I think killed that franchise immediately.
Wow. See, just look at these little small decisions. Little
Yeah,
small decisions that go a long way. Well, I mean, yeah, but Ripley figures out a way to get it out in the open and fucking shovel it out into fucking space, man.
yeah.
Duh, with great da 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 da.
I mean, I think what I liked about when it is when there you could see like water condensation coming down, you know, and it was like I think that made that scene look even cooler.
Wait, which one?
The like when
The
in space and you got blasted,
oh yeah, 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 yeah,
you
yeah,
could
yeah.
literally see like look like they had like rain stuff pouring on it. So
Well, yeah, that was probably Ridley Scott because he liked to add water to all sorts of shit.
yeah,
In fact, I recently read something about like the Harry Dean Stanton like scene with like the chain room.
yeah,
Like Ridley was like, "Put water, like I want water to fall," and they were like, "Why? Why would water fall in this?" He was like, "I don't know, make something up. Like it's like condensers, like 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 the liquefying all the vapor above or something. I don't care. I want water.
Yeah, but
It's
no,
like, all right, all right.
that added, and to me, that's a trope. There is a room that water
Hmm.
just seems to pour down.
Oh,
I
okay.
I think I've seen that in like a couple of different movies.
Add it to the list. Room with falling water. Hey man, maybe people haven't written it down yet, but we did.
Yep.
Well, and the movie ends, and all I can say really that it's, I don't know, it's almost a perfect movie. My personal,
Yep.
one of the best.
I know there's always that argument. Which is your favorite, Alien or Aliens?
Well, but that's the problem though. Like I think me personally, I'm a big fan of Alien 3.
I like Alien Three. I
And,
do.
we'll probably talk about that at some point. But probably Aliens is my favorite one to watch. You know what I'm saying?
Game
Like
over,
Alien,
man. Game
yeah,
over.
I can watch that anytime, any place.
But see, I think like you can almost say that like again with another movie, Terminator. You know, that was a horror movie. This unrelenting killing machine, and then the second one was an action movie. I always did like this is one thing I always what how do you think the xenomorph sees?
How does it what?
The xenomorph like its vision.
Oh, it could be like a bat. It could be like some sort of like echolocation that you can't hear or something like that.
Yeah, because
Be all
that
sorts of things.
I think that was one thing they said like they had so I always like sort of like I don't want to say cat's vision, but but yeah, I
Or
think it but I think
you could even say that like how like you say it's like eyeless on its like flat dome or whatever.
yeah. But
Like the huge dome. You could almost say that that's just one big eye.
that's true. Because I know there was a thing I saw where you could see inside the skull, like the head, and there was a skull like right here.
Um,
But now but nevertheless, like if there was two eyes. But I always want that was always one like did was it like I wouldn't doubt like it's like sensories were like top notch, you know, but it
yeah,
was like
something's going on,
yeah.
which they never really explain, which I think is fine.
Yeah, no. I think but it's always one of those, I'm sort of maybe glad they never attack, to any of the movies, you know,
Not even AVP 2.
not even AVP 2,
Ah, okay, okay.
at least as far as I remember, because I haven't watched. Actually, no, I watched it about 3 months ago, but it was one of those. I think I was playing my Switch. I just had its background noise.
Nice, nice. All right. Well, I guess with this movie, in terms of horror tropes, it has pretty much every single one.
Yeah.
Like it's a horror movie through and through. Almost, I think people call it a slasher in space. I wouldn't say that, but
So,
it's a horror movie.
yeah.
And it works, and space gives it an extra, I don't know,
I mean,
just gives it an extra thing to it.
could you almost as a cosmic horror?
Oh, I suppose you could almost, uh, but it does feel like, because there's no like there's no real like sort of like psychological element of like going insane. Like everyone just sort of like Ripley, like she's like, it's a problem. We got to deal with it. She doesn't get, she's not phased by it in any sort of Lovecraftian.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but no, but like when like Parker and Lambert are facing it, like she is it's frozen, petrified. It's like she can't move.
No, no. You got a point there. You got a point there. Yeah, it's so alien
Yeah.
that you can't even compute what to do. Harry Dean Stanton does a little bit like that too. Maybe probably Dallas as well. You know,
Yeah.
and even Ripley does
Yeah.
when she first sees it. Like everyone doesn't just immediately start attacking it or run away. They like. they have to sit there and like figure out. They have to have their mind like figure out what it is and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
So yeah, I suppose that yeah, I suppose there's a tiny bit of cosmic horror.
I mean, because I mean,
Um,
even to like the HP, there are cosmic horror aliens. I mean, this is you know,
no, the
I
only the
mean,
only thing.
it wouldn't be enough to like, yeah, send them to go, oh, I've lost,
Well, the thing that I always heard, the thing that made me think about cosmic core is like I remember reading this one article about Alien, and they were talking about scripts for Alien versus Predator. That this is before the actual movie came out,
okay,
and one of them was like, yeah, the aliens are just insects on like a super huge planet. Like in the alien and that whole species is literally like the ants of a incredibly large crazy planet. So what else is on that? You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like, that's cosmic horror. I thought that idea was the shit. They never did that.
no,
And then like like yeah, and like that was like the predator's ultimate thing is to kill like one of the like like bigger monsters there, and like the aliens are just sort of like anyway.
oh, that would have been that would have been the movie I would want to see.
Well, and
Well,
almost anything else.
I because I remember long time ago that you had a sci-fi magazine, and it said why we would never get an Alien versus Predator movie. This is like when the comics were the versions of them were blowing up and stuff. And I remember that because they had the cover of the original Alien versus Predator, at least far as I know, the issue one as the and it just came down. It would cost more money than they could afford. It was just came down. This is also again. This is also the same. They wanted to reboot Planet of the Apes because they went through like all the movies that were planned. They wanted to do a Planet of the Apes reboot with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
You damn dirty apes. No, I'm not available, but Mark Wahlberg is. Get get Marky Mark here.
Let make sure he's in his underwear.
Yeah, nice.
But,
Well, sweet. Well, I think that wraps up Alien. Unless you got anything else to add.
uh, well, I heard that Marvel now has the rights to the comic,
Oh
so hopefully now we get X-Men versus Aliens. No.
God, it's gonna do everything. It's gonna do everything.
Oh, or Dark Horse already did it. Dark Horse already did it.
Dark Horse did it. Nice.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I need to grab a couple things.
Okay.
Take a pee break.
All right. And
We'll be back after these few messages or this one solid screen. You
all
play
right.
music. You gotta play some music. Dun 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 dun.
I should do something like that.
All right,
All right.
we'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right.
Sweet.
Your time is special. Please, please excuse the long waits because your time is special for us.
Sorry I was gone for a bit. I had to take off coverings of on my all my windows
Ah, okay.
because it's super hot up here the last couple days. So,
I
and
know.
we have no AC. So,
I was like, yeah, I got my AC running. Do you hear it or anything?
no, I don't hear it. Do you hear my fan? That's like
No.
literally like 2 feet away from me.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, we block the windows with like industrial garbage bags. Keep the sun completely out during the day.
Oh,
It's a little stale, but it's cool. It keeps it relatively cool in there.
yeah.
Then night you take them out, those fan some new air in, and then repeat. Morning.
Rinse, repeat.
Got to do it, man. OAC is a hell of a drug.
Yeah. uh,
All right. What are we on to next? We on to
I think we should go with the Event Horizon.
Event Horizon. S-
Figure
yeah,
save the best, the best for last.
yeah, of course, of course. Yeah, this movie came out in 1997,
Yep,
and as you say, Paul W.S. Anderson.
yep. Can I actually tell you something? I remember when we went saw this. It was at the move at the now defunct drive-in place,
Did we
and it
like us?
was I think it was your girlfriend at the time, and I don't
Uh,
remember if it was okay,
Crystal.
brother Jeff or other Jeff. I think it was your brother because it was the double feature was Spawn and this.
Wow, dude. This
Yeah,
is bringing back some memories.
yeah. And I remember we were in your mom's little blue car,
Yeah.
and
Well,
when we saw this, I hated this movie. Look at this is when I was younger, and it was either my music was either Nirvana or almost nothing else. I mean, I
hmm,
listened to you know I would listen to Credence and stuff. My folks would play it. I grew up on listening to that stuff.
yeah, yeah.
And at the time, it was for me. This was hardcore in my Nightmare on Elm Street, maybe Friday the 13th phase.
Right.
And I had, the only people I knew in this movie was Jack Noseworthy from a shitty MTV movie series called like Dead by 18 or something like that,
Hmm,
where he was apparently part of a government conspiracy, and apparently they are like this shadow government basically said, "Oh, these babies been testing on. We need to go kill them because they're going to die in the next year."
these babies.
So that made a lot of sense. But that was because at the time I didn't know Sam Neill. And I'm pretty sure by this time Jurassic Park had came out, but I wasn't
Hmm,
actors and I knew it was like, oh hey, it's that guy.
right.
Probably saw Lawrence Fishburne, but didn't realize who he was. But I
Yeah.
hated this movie. It was like, I think that was the main reason why. But it was like one of those I replugged in and like I don't remember what made me wanted to watch it again and I'm just like I want to go slap the younger me.
Well, is this like the first time you've seen it since then?
No, I've seen it multiple
A
times.
couple times. Oh, okay. I got you. I got
Yeah.
you. Well, I mean, seeing it at the drive-in could have been a little strange too.
Yeah. Well, no, it was because I was like, we went to see Spawn. I'm like, yeah, Spawn, yeah. I had, even though I hadn't read any of the comics, but I wanted to see Spawn. I don't know why I wanted this, but I wanted to see Spawn.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. No, I mean, my thing is, I think I don't know. Like, honestly, I probably didn't. I think I probably liked it at the drive-in, but I was probably more interested in like being there with my first girlfriend.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest with you, I was probably more focused on that than anything else. But in subsequent viewings, I had really liked it. I remember watching it in college, uh, at the theater there, and like this is one of the greatest movies of all time.
Yeah.
But since then, and especially on this viewing that I just did, it's gone way down for me.
Really?
Way.
Really?
And I mean, we'll get. I mean, not too far down. There's a lot of really cool stuff about it.
Okay.
But, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Okay.
I mean, one of the first things is it's a Paul W.S. Anderson movie, and I honestly I cannot figure out how I feel about in his movie. It's hard. It's difficult. I mean, on the one hand, he made Mortal Kombat, which should have been a horrible movie, but somehow was okay.
Well, I think because what, like, unlike the Street Fighter movie, they actually had a tournament. I mean, if you think about the whole Street Fighter premise, it fall to me it falls flat immediately because oh they're fighting in rent. It's like okay, it might as just well be called bum fights two, bum fights two Turbo Edition.
What's your name, bum? I am Ryo Hayabusa. You're a bum. What's your name? Blanca. He's a meth addict. E Honda. He's a fat fuck. Get him in the ring.
Yeah,
I'm a world renowned. Yeah, yeah, whatever. Get in there.
like I know, but it was just like, but that movie, and it actually tried to stick to the lore, of Mortal Kombat. Is it one of those that now its effects probably hold up? Probably not. I haven't watched it recently.
Oh, I think I watched it like a few years ago. They're all right. I mean, not Reptile, not the CGI,
Oh yeah,
but the Goro look
yep.
not bad. It's still not bad. It still looks pretty good.
Okay.
Anyway, uh, no, but like his Resident Evil movie, I don't know. It's the weirdest. It's like he's a good director of action movies, but it's like he chooses scripts that are like not great.
Okay.
You know?
Now this makes me want to go through the like how who wrote like because I love the first Resident Evil to me because it was like I'm now this weird like I would still love them to be in the to do a movie in the mansion, but I liked that first the first one and a bit of the second one until near the end. And Mila Jovovich is gorgeous. And
Well, yeah, yeah.
and but yeah, no, I
Well,
would
I
love
don't know. I don't know what you feel about Monster Hunter. I don't know if you've even seen that.
I've seen it.
Okay, that's probably its own
It's
stream,
one of those I'll make some popcorn and just watch it.
which you can kind of do with the W.S. Anderson movie. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good at that. But I don't know. Yeah, this one's like the writer of this one is Philip Eisner. He never did much. He wrote like he has like 5 movies or something.
Really.
He did Firestarter 2 recently.
The newer or the
Well, I've not that recently, but like the sequel to
okay.
Firestarter.
Okay. Yeah.
And it was in like the 2000s, I think. And then, and he's producing and writing a very new one called Sweet Girl, which I don't think is even out yet. But yeah, not much.
Really?
So yeah,
Wow.
it's kind of a strange, like, yeah, I don't know. It's a strange crew.
Yeah.
Like Joseph Bennett is the production designer. And he's pretty good. He did Rome. He won like some awards for Rome TV
Oh,
series.
now, like, ever since Sopranos, you know, like they they throw lots of money behind their miniseries or series, whatever. Because if I, yeah, no, I've saw a few episodes of Roman, liked it.
It's nice. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, so one of my biggest takes is that this is probably one of the cooler looking. This movie looks cool. Get that out of the way.
Yeah,
Like no matter what faults I think it might have, it looks fucking amazing.
yeah,
Can't take that away. Uh, but just like quickly, like the biggest thing, weirdest thing about this movie is that it's like I think out of all three that we saw, it's a product of its time. It looks like a late '90s,
okay,
sounds like a late '90s movie. It's got that ethos to a late
okay,
'90s shtick.
okay. Let's put it. All right, for a I want to put in quotations as a cosmic horror movie. It did, but as soon as the movie ended, it were being played out by Prodigy. Talk about, I mean, unless it was like that was to get them out of that head, that like people were like, "Oh my god," to get them out of that headspace.
I
That
mean, you
it was that's such a tonal shift.
yeah, dude. Yeah. No, it is very strange.
Because I'm just like, it was like, okay, because I'm sitting here like watching the movie, and it's like thinking, it's like, well, what would what's because now here, hearing that how long the movie could have been, apparently with deleted scenes we'll never see and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, what could this movie been more? Could this been one of the s- best super cosmic horror movies we could have had?
Hmm.
And I think, because I think it was done under, was it done under Miramax?
Hmm. Not sure.
Because I think it was one of those. It was butchered by the Weinstein's.
Uh, oh, I see.
You
Like,
know,
yeah, he had a script, and they were like, "All right, let's get this new up and coming action director
yeah,
into this. Let's put some Prodigy in it. Whatever the first like the intro song is. It's also some sort of like late '90s like rock of some kind. You know
yeah.
what I'm saying?
I mean, to me, I
Uh,
would have been more sense if, yeah, they're in the ship, and like, how when they're in Predator, they're going into the jungle and they're playing Credence. That would have made sense. Like, it's in the um at the might that it's like the ambiance music they're playing and
yeah.
stuff. That would have made sense.
Well, uh, yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know. Like out of all three films, yeah, it just seems sort of like it was part of its time, and even with the cast, Lawrence Fishburne, Sam Neill, uh, yeah, like they, yeah, like you said, he just came off of Jurassic Park, and I remember that. I remember that. I was like, yeah, all right, now it's getting dark, gritty, and
Yeah,
it also had like, well, it had some like other like Sam Pertwee. He's
yeah,
like the cool British dude.
yeah. As I think this is what made me sort of like starting out watching this, and the three movies. I think being sort of a scavenger, you know, who's there just to pick up. I think that would have been fun, because those are
You
like,
you
oh,
want
we got this, we found this ship. Let's see how much money we can make out of it.
you want to be on the crew in Critters 4, don't you? You want to be
Yes.
Want to be part of that dude's crew?
Oh, come on, Brad Dorf. But again,
Angela Bassett.
and the guy who played in Bloodstone.
Nice.
Yeah, but
Uh,
yeah,
yeah.
no, Sean. And he was also in another movie I saw with you that I loved.
Who was in the movie?
Sean Pertwee.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
He was
Which
in
one
Dog
movie was that?
Soldiers.
Fuck yeah, fuck
Unfortunately, at the time I didn't know who he was, and so I always thought he was the guy who survived.
yeah.
I at the time I didn't have that. Unless you were like a Sam Neill, Jeff Goldblum, Robert England. It didn't catch my it didn't catch it. And then I saw that, and then found out years late, because then I got on Doctor Who. He's the son of one of the doctors.
Nice. Which one?
Um,
Last name Pertwee, I would
yeah,
imagine.
sh- yeah. Uh, I think he's the fourth Doctor.
Nice. Yeah, no, he's cool. And Jason Isaacs is in this, Lucius Malfoy.
Oh shit.
Yeah, yeah, the trauma EMS doctor, Lucius Malfoy too. And then the Ripley version, I don't know. That's a writer. Write her name down. I don't care. Uh,
Joey's Jolie Richardson,
okay.
and then Richard G. Jones, Cooper. Poor Cooper.
Koopa.
He just wants his ship.
Oh, need a bigger ship. Uh, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's like when I was watching this, I was just like, okay, yeah, this like it's got a lot of similarities to Alien. You know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean,
Uh,
yeah. If you're not don't see that, then I'm yeah,
but again, like everything does.
yeah,
So like it's hard to like everything comes off of its heels. It's almost like looking at like tropes of sci-fi horror is really just looking at tropes of alien.
yep.
And like it's hard to get out of it. I think some movies do, like Sunshine. I think Sunshine got out of it a little.
Which one was that one? I heard of it.
It's a more recent one, which could have been on our lists. It would have fit in very well here.
Yeah, because I think it was that one because there was a movie I heard where basically there was a satellite like in that I don't know if it's like supposed to restart the sun or like, but there's a
Oh yeah,
satellite in between,
oh
and
yeah. They need to like restart the sun. Yeah,
and par- yeah, I wanted to
oh,
see that.
good.
Okay,
Got Killian Murphy in it, dude from
yeah,
28 Days Later. Uh, yeah, but everything goes off. Man, I can't believe I didn't think of this movie when we had made the list. But Night Riders or the Night shit. Am I getting that right? The Night Riders. Remember that movie?
I don't.
Oh shit.
Yeah, let me see
It's,
if
it's like it's like one of my favorite movies. But I think I actually no, that's not the name of it. Fuck, I can't name
okay.
of it. We'll come back. We'll come back to it, good
Okay.
listeners. We'll come back to it. Fuck. Oh, I have the book. Anyway, all right.
Okay. Yeah, one thing I definitely know when like I watch this, it's like I'm okay. I'm dubbing this. It suffered from the Titanic effect. Can you guess what
Ah,
I mean by the Titanic effect?
well,
The Wraith.
the Wraith.
I saw it on.
I mean, do you mean like the CGI?
No,
No. What do you mean? I'm sorry.
I thought that by the Titanic effect, it
Yeah.
only had its first voyage. because that
Oh, oh, the Event Horizon ship.
yeah. Sorry, I should have been more.
I thought you meant the movie itself,
Yeah,
which
no,
I
no,
which
no.
I think I can kind of agree with. That's around the time, right?
Samuel,
Or well, no,
draw me,
Titanic.
draw me like one of your French.
Your French blood orgy women. Wait, when was Titanic? Well, Titanic was the same. That was the same year.
Really? That's yeah, that sounds about right. But no, it just I that was because it was like in now in hindsight, it's like what you know when they did, it's like, well, why did you jump? Oh, it was all safe. And it's like, no, you did your initial jump. It's like, how come they say, oh, well, we know it's safe because we did small, little smaller jumps here and there. Everything was okay. We took, but no, they decided the inaugural ship. Let's first take it to the far,
Alpha Centauri.
yeah,
Yeah.
because maybe during, you know, I know how it was explained, but maybe during that fold, maybe that fold also took them in and through a black hole. But it was just like yeah, how could we guarantee that ship was going to get they guaranteed the Titanic was going to be safe. You know.
Well, I mean, well, let's just say it right now. Like, I mean, spoiler alert. Like, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but when they finally get the video cleaned up, look at it to look at the last video, like log,
Yeah.
and you see the captain, and and he's like introducing some of the people that are on that ship. I'm sorry, but that looks like a pre-orgy to me. Like, like I think it was the fact that like the actors and actresses, like they all knew that that was going to be the case. Like they were like 5 minutes later, that Paul Anderson was going to be like, "All right, y'all get naked. I'm going to pour this fake blood on you and just start having sex." Because it's like a part. They're like having like a party.
Yeah.
Captain's like, Ballad Morgulis and shit like that, and it's just so weird. Such a weird, just such a weird vibe. I don't know. I saw that. I got that this viewing, and I was just like, that's because that's the whole thing about the hidden footage. The hidden footage is supposed to be like that, like orgy of the first crew.
Yeah.
Like most of the hidden footage is just literally Paul Anderson being like, "All right, guys, fuck around for like." So it's like I don't know, like I don't know what the hell that dude was thinking. Paul Anderson's crazy,
It's
man. Like that was the whole reason for him doing this movie, just so he can do that scene.
that's
We see like not even like 3 seconds of like tenuous footage of because it was too crazy for people, which it probably was.
well, I mean,
Shit.
if it was like because apparently that movie would have been almost 2-3 hours long if the if if we didn't get the version we did.
But I had heard like 100. They found like a VHS tape or something with like 150 minutes,
I heard that too.
something like. But even to this day, like Paul Anderson's like, I've never seen it. I don't even know where it's at. Anybody tell me where it's at? It'd be sweet.
It's sitting in the same place where all those missing Doctor Who, those lost Doctor Who videos are. Some neckbeard's got them, and he's he's contacted the BBC, and it's like, yes, yes, I want con, creative control, all control, and to release this, and they're just like, think of the fans.
Hey, you know what?
Uh,
That'd be like the most successful NFT ever. Like
Damn.
that's cryptocurrency. Lost Doctor Who episodes.
Oh yeah.
That is worth millions. Someone would, people would like auction that for tons of money. Uh,
Yep.
well, yeah. Well, anyway, shit. Let's get back to Event Horizon.
Yep.
Uh,
But yeah.
yeah, I don't know, man. I don't have honestly. I don't have too many notes on
Yeah.
it.
I thought I had well. So I was actually scrolling through YouTube, and I was wanting find what cosmic car comics there is. And I ran upon this one guy. He does like he'll show the panel and take the words out and basically tell you the story. There's there's this story called Caliban by Garth Ennis. If you don't know who Garth Ennis is, he's done Preacher. I think he's the one who does The Boys. Yeah, does The
Hmm.
Boys. I said Preacher. A lot of yeah,
Good stuff.
yeah, and to me, it's literally a except for a few parts, it's literally almost you're reading the Event Horizon. Except for like the end where apparently what the bad guy, like apparently through like genetic modification ends up coming which I think would have been really actual true like a half lizard, this almost lizardish with eight insect wings and a human face,
Hmm.
and apparently the gods told him to do this. He didn't sound special. He just says, you know, I think he said, and but it's like, but it does the exact same thing. Lost ship, but unfortunately, the ship unfortunately collide into each other. They're like, this has been to a place no man should ever have no man should ever be.
Well, was it the same? Is it the same thing with like it has a gravity drive? All that kind of,
Uh,
or close enough anyway.
I think so. Yeah.
That's cool. Uh, man, to be honest, like watching all these, man, I didn't even go the cosmic horror route. Like it didn't even cross my mind.
Oh, to me,
But
this is you know it,
no, you're
this
right.
could
Yeah,
be this is definitely cosmic horror.
yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Uh,
We're in the haunted house.
except it's a spaceship,
Yep.
and apparently it works even better because I mean because there's even more like stuff with like this is not hard sci-fi, but they try to explain a little bit of stuff at the very beginning,
Yeah.
right? Like they actually like try to talk about why stasis is like
Yeah.
they don't do that in Alien. They don't explain shit in Alien.
No.
Like, but this one, they're like, yeah, like because we get introduced Sam Neill's character, and he seems like the protagonist said because he's the duck out of water, he's the everyman,
Yep.
and they're explaining all this shit to him, and all of it's pretty accurate.
Well, actually, no. I don't think I would even you know would have taken him as being the would have been, but it had definitely that aliens like you didn't know who would survive.
Mhm.
To me, if I had to go back watch it again first time, I would have had my money on Lawrence Fishburne.
Oh,
And for one of the females, but I would have put I would honestly put Lawrence Fishburne up there.
yeah, well, yeah, it's just weird because like all the marketing, and you're probably right. It was probably because of Jurassic Park. All the marketing was just like on Sam Neill, and so you're like, okay, all right, he's gonna be the guy. And then he's sort of the guy, but then he becomes the anti guy.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, they're and we get introduced to the plucky crew. Same
Yep.
thing. They're smoking cigarettes on a spaceship,
Yep.
but you probably shouldn't be doing
Pure ox.
that. They do that in Alien too.
Yeah.
Just
Uh, Black Skull King says, I know the movie you're talking, Pandorum, which is
oh, nice.
another one, that good one. Not to me, not quite, well, light cosmic horror there because, you know, the humanity is now twisted into these, you see the after effects of what happened to them.
2009.
Yeah, has Dennis Quaid in it. We could not find that movie the longest time.
Cool, cool.
Yeah, Dead Space. It was like Dead Space the movie.
Well, I mean, honestly, Dead Space is like it, right? Like when did Dead Space come out?
Uh,
That's the whole point, right?
I want to say like 2010.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I can see that. Yeah, just like naked bodies, bloody, guard up, shoot the appendages off first.
Yeah.
It all tracks.
Okay, okay. I'll admit, if they did a Dead Space movie and kept it, you know, R, you know, I would see it if they,
Oh, of
I've never played the game. I'll say this: I've never played the game.
oh, great fucking game.
Yeah, I've seen enough clips, but I've like I do think that would be a because then I know like in apparently two you see the like the entity of the sphere, the spike, whatever it is, and it's maddening and stuff. Yep.
Uh, well, yeah. So, yeah, yeah, but with Event Horizon, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it is a bit of cosmic horror. It's like putting a bit of cosmic horror onto the alien framework. Saying
Yeah.
and and it's all done and through like a late '90s lens. Like like once they're out of stasis and they're talking, hanging out, we learn about we learn the crew,
Yep.
you know,
Yep.
and we have a pretty good like science like faster than light travel explanation by Sam Neill.
Yeah.
It's pretty all right. It's pretty good. They talk about like gravity waves. Some of this stuff is pretty uh not ahead of its time, but like that was stuff like in current scientific literature that like it wasn't like really talked about in the masses, but talked about it here. So
Yeah.
Ryder had some of his shit together.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and the fact that they, um, it's not like they immediately. It's like, okay, yeah, we have to go. The Event Horizon showed up. We have to go, but it's like months that way, so we have to go to stasis. And if we don't, well, maybe there was a little bit of like a light space, help. Because yeah, they said it. Yeah, if you're not in stasis, you're going to be, plastered.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think they said like 56 days or something in
Yeah.
stasis. How fast they were traveling, I don't know. It's in Neptune or
So
whatever.
that's the one thing. Even with like Star Wars, they never indicate like how fast that Death Star can move. Because it was
Yeah.
like all of a sudden like with their, in the OG one, it was all to me. It was like made me had an idea. It was always around Alderaan.
It was just always hanging out there.
Yeah, no one saw it. It was on the dark side of the moon.
Uh well, and and it's a similarity to Alien. The fact that the crew like they were almost about to go on leave.
Yep.
They got called in to do this because it's a big top secret thing.
Yeah.
Event Horizon.
But
So yeah, is it also a trope for mystery? Or is that for
yeah.
horror? Or I mean, maybe that's just suspense, but it's like some sort of mystery involved, or some sort of like.
Well, because they're not. Yeah, they're not out there to salvage it. They're there to pot. Well, to I think one find out what happened and if the crew is still alive. And
Well, yeah, yeah. It seems like this crew is like that's kind of what they do,
yeah,
really. Like they're not like truckers in space. Like they're very much like.
yeah. I mean, they could be one of those salvage, but it's like, hey, you're part of this union, and part of it is if there's a distress signal, which would makes now even sense thinking about with aliens. That's part of your contract. If there's a distress, I don't know if I just turned my volume down or turned it up. Hello, hello.
Oh, same to me.
Okay.
Well, no, that seems like that'd be a space travel is its own beast. It sounds like a It's not absurd to think that that would exist.
Yeah.
But yeah, but they yeah, once they get there and they see the ship, they almost run into it.
Is I think that's a trope too. Whenever they come upon there's always some weird weather, you know, happens.
Yeah,
They
yeah, no, yeah, it's never a sunny day.
yeah.
Never blue skies.
the, it's always sunny on the vent horizon.
Other than Midsommar, no horror movie's ever been done in bright sunlight. And that's why that movie is awesome. Because you're like, ah, even on the screen, ah, it's too bright. Uh, well, yeah, but yeah, yeah, we learned that this ship has a gravity drive that Sam Neill built. Really cool shit.
Yeah,
Talks about folding space time and all that stuff. And yeah, and that's the thing. That's the other thing about combining horror with sci-fi. Sci-fi can go to all these weird places. You know, it's like you can be like, oh, science talks about like wormholes and like gravity, black hole, and like creating extra dimensions. Oh yeah, what if hell was in in there?
yeah,
It's easy. It's like it's almost too easy.
yeah. No,
But we don't know that yet.
yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's like almost immediately when they get on there, again when they see the gravity. Sorry, again jumping around. When they get to the guess what's in the bottom of where the gravity well is? Water. Or
Shit.
at least I'm assuming it's water because
Well, they,
no one seemed to scream like, oh, it's acid.
but you see some of it like kind of like bubbling around in the anti gravity.
Yeah,
Looks almost like oil, but it's
yeah,
probably yeah, it's probably like dirty water
yeah,
because it moves like water.
yeah,
No, you're right. There we go. It's in there. The trope is in there now. Room with falling water.
yeah. Who knows? Maybe it'll also help keep that gravity thing from exploding.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, and then shit hits like it's the same thing. They're going into like a abandoned place. I mean, literally a haunted house. They don't really know that yet, but
Yeah.
it's got all the same feelings about it.
But I
All
think I remember when I was watching it though, like you immediately see like parts of like someone's skeleton like on a window frame or something.
well, yeah, yeah. I mean, like there's like floating body parts and shit like that, and
Yeah,
the doctor chick, yeah, comes upon like a desiccated pretty quickly. Yeah, like it's fucked.
yeah.
And then when baby bear gets to the gravity drive, he's immediately sucked in. And
My recent watch, I missed that scene. I think I was getting a drink. I was getting a drink because all of a sudden I'm like, what? Okay, what happened? It's like I know he got possessed and taken in, but like what happened?
well, yeah, yeah, well, yeah, it creates a gravity wave that fucks everything up. Just yeah, same thing. Shit goes bad, so they gotta do busy work. They gotta repair shit.
Yeah,
Gotta stay put. There's a reason for them to do that. They can't go anywhere. Stuck in space. Stuck in the haunted house. Same thing. Same trope. The car won't start. Doors won't open. Whatever.
yeah.
All the same shit. Uh, but yeah, but it's cool though. Everyone starts seeing some shit right away.
Okay, yeah. When the Burning Man showed up, I mean, even back then, I thought that was
Oh yeah.
per you know pretty cool. But then it's like now it's like
What do you mean? Like it just looks fun? Like like the
the
effect is weird?
effect.
Oh, I see. I got you. Oh yeah, yeah. I guess so.
Because to me, it was just like They just like, hey, okay, guys, stand right there. Then we're going to just have you just covered in flames. You know, I was like, hey, put a little makeup on him so indicate, yeah, it's like half his face is burnt away.
Yeah.
Instead of just like, you know, yeah, I'm the partial Human Torch.
Yeah, yeah. Lawrence Fishburne sees that dude. The medical chick sees her son. Sam Neill seeing his fucking dead wife.
Yeah.
And I guess, yeah, I guess this is a diff. This is well. See, that's why I don't want to say that Alien is cosmic horror. Something just doesn't have this psychological bent to it.
Well, to me, because it puts the entity in front of them, where this one again is a um is a haunted house. You know,
I can read your mind.
yeah, because yeah,
And the thing is that and the thing is that this is almost a well, this is a peculiar horror trope that is put into sci-fi a lot. Like the recent movie has it. It's not really much of a horror movie, but it's all about illusion and looking out. Uh Solaris was all about this. It's about like a what is it like a dying son just trying to communicate with like a dude keeps coming up as his dead wife. That was in the 70s. That
okay,
was in like mid 70s. Like this idea that like people it comes from a very real place of like people thinking like what would it be like to be in space for so long?
oh yeah, well,
Isolated like this is real shit. People would start seeing
okay,
things
well,
straight up.
yeah, because I was watching Life, and one of the things well, what's his name, Jake Gyllenhaal, and in that movie they talk about because he's been out in space for so long that he's suffering from necrosis. Basically, his bones are like are I think the way I understand are brittle.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Because he's been out in space for so long.
Yeah, that's a very real. That's very real. And the fact like space madness, it's very real.
uh,
You don't even need a supernatural element to talk about it, but that's why sci-fi and horror go so well together.
yeah,
Because like who knows? Like maybe there's it's all unknown.
yeah,
It just people will go crazy in those environments for any reason.
yeah.
And I think Event Horizon does that better than other two films.
Oh yeah. Because it was like because I always took it that Sam Neill's character, he, unless it specifically, yep, yep, Cosmic Horror lives on isolation. But his I always took it that he just lost his wife.
Like just lost his wife.
Yeah, like I want to say within about 3 weeks.
Oh,
But but he's a person who works. And that's all he knows what to do. But it's there on his mind. All it's on it is like, oh shit, no.
yeah. See, and this is the part that like I don't know that came made the movie go down for me because like watching Sam Neill's character, like I couldn't help like see a little bit of like ash in him the entire time.
Yeah,
Like there's something like I don't know what it is how he plays him, but like there's it's like he knows something already. Like he already knows something's up. It's weird.
I think
I
it shows that when he first steps on it, it just like you just see it in his face.
Yeah, but why? Why would he know that? Why would he unless maybe he knew from like some experiments that he did with the drive. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
don't know. It's just it's that's like the biggest and then but yeah, and then there's this whole thing with his wife and it's like do you want him to be a redeeming character or like is the villain? Like I don't know don't know what to feel because when he goes into the iconic green tunnel bit,
Yeah.
like that, which looks fucking amazing,
It was
so
like
good.
I always thought, that was all computer, and I'm like, "Oh man, he's crushing probably thousands and thousands of microchips."
Oh, I think well, isn't it? I
It
thought it
probably
was.
was,
It's sort of
but
like
there's
a
probably there's probably a, you know, that
nice
glass,
little
yeah,
weight bearing thing of some kind. But yeah, but like it's like he sees his wife there, and Lawrence Fishburne's having illusion at the same time in the main room. And then later, Lawrence is like, "You didn't hear anything?" He's like, "Did you see anything?" And he's like, "No." And it's like, why is he being like weird about it already? Like, why is he already being weird?
well, it was like 'cause I mean, when he tried to introduce himself, Lawrence Fishburne just brushes him off,
Well,
and he
that's true.
goes, "Well, I guess he hates me," and it's like, well, I mean, well, think about it. They were on their way back from you know months
Some
of
whatever job. Yeah.
working there, and all of a sudden they're now told to go off course. Who knows? Maybe they're in part of that message is like, if you guys do this, we're going to throw an extra 20% on whatever you guys.
Maybe.
But it wasn't. It was like okay, but not. It wasn't enough to say okay. Yeah, we're yes, cosmic overlords. We'll kiss your butt. We'll do this because it's under our contract.
Well, well, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. Like,
So
there's
if you
just
ever
a
become a
weird.
space trucker, look at your contract.
Yeah, always look at the fine lines. Uh, I don't know. Like, yeah, more shit happens. Like, we see the blood orgy. We learned what happened to the other crew.
Yep,
They went fucking insane.
yep. Because it went to this unknown this well sent well to say hell and stuff.
They didn't go to Alpha Centauri.
Nope.
Well, and it keeps it vague. Like maybe they did. Like maybe it's uh like one of my favorite like Stephen King short stories, which is about a teleportation device where they have to make people you have to be put to sleep if you go through it because if you don't you're awake when you go through it. You are aware. Or basically, your mind exists for like billions of years,
Oh
and
God.
you come out the other side like raving mad because you've been like awake for.
Wow.
And and oh yeah, it's an amazing short story. Uh, but maybe it was like that. It's like because they've been gone for 7 years, right?
Yeah.
Ship.
Well, and then see that that's also with the all the movies I've seen that had it with hell. You know, they were there for 50. In their term, 50 years in hell. The people on Event Horizon.
Oh, did they say that in the movie?
No, no, no. This is just my just what from watching
I
all
see.
these other movies. Like because hell does. I would like to think. And yeah, hell doesn't have. 24 hours. You don't know what time is. So you could be in there for 50 years, but then if and if you manage to escape or come out, it could be, what, how long it had disappeared?
7 years.
Yeah, it was to them, it was 7 year our time.
I mean, shoot. I mean, yeah. I mean, it could have even been less. It could be like a black hole where like
Yeah.
time is even shorter than relative time. Because like, how long does it take for Sam Neill to go? Not that long.
Nope.
Like he fucking like, and that's the thing. Like it's so weird because you think that he's the guy, but he's not the guy. And yeah, and everyone just starts sort of like dying off. Like Baby Bear, he gets up and he goes to this whole thing with the airlock.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
he's saved though
that I probably was
by
probably
Lawrence
some of the
Fishburne.
coolest, of just the him going through the guy just going through the to save him. Yeah,
Oh yeah, that shit looks so cool.
yeah,
Like yeah, all that stuff with like the ship and like the anti gravity. The anti gravity graphics in this is awesome. I will say that probably
yeah.
some of the best in any movie.
You know,
Even like Gravity, really good.
and I think this was probably the first. That was probably the first time where I sort of realized why there's that door. You know, the pressurized door between was what happened to Jack, to Baby
Oh
Bear.
yeah, oh yeah. It explains it pretty well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, then it's like he's, you know, it's happening. It's all in slow motion, and it's like were really trying to amp up the horror part of it, you know. But
You mean like the gore part of it, or
yeah, you know, him screaming. It's like, you know, shut your eyes, and he's like, ah, I can't see, and he
well,
gets
again, I think it's the same thing. It's like sci-fi gives you that ability to like create that kind of tension because like sci-fi has technology.
yeah,
You can't do that with like a Victorian age gothic horror.
yeah,
It's really cool, and I think that is sort of what happens to you if you stuck in vacuum of space. I
yeah.
don't think you start bleeding out your eyes like that, but
Well, I mean, it didn't happen immediately. It was one of the, it was like, I think it was in there, what, maybe 5 seconds, but maybe they made it look more.
I
Uh,
think yeah, I think they made it look a little more extreme than it could be, but I think the concept is sound.
yeah,
See, space itself has its own like that. Literally, the non-air will
yeah.
in a gruesome way. You don't even need monsters. You don't even need monsters. You need all you need is the vacuum and maybe an elder god in some hell somewhere. That's all you
It's,
need.
yep.
Not much.
Cthulhu and Satan are just in there playing poker.
Oh, these guys are on the ship. These guys are in our or our little like garden, like bestiary. All right, well
Yeah,
let's fuck over with
yep.
the time.
And he's like,
But,
"Hey, Cthulhu, check this. Watch this one guy. Airlock.
hey, is that
Oh,
oh
watch.
baby
Check this
bear?
out.
You gonna fuck with baby bear?
All right, this woman's going to see her dead kid."
Hey, is that Sam Neill? Hey, wasn't he in Jurassic Park? Let's fuck with that guy.
man, man, I wish we had Jeff Goldblum up here.
Nah, he said no to that.
Yep.
Uh, but yeah, so yeah, yeah, they saved that dude, but things just keep getting crazier.
Yeah.
You know? Like Lawrence Fishburne figured it. He's like, look, this thing happened to me. It's like, dude, he got fried. I've never told anybody. So the ship must know. So it's definitely some sort of supernatural sort of thing going on.
And I think that's what I think probably did irk me about this movie was he sees this, says that, and still sort of denied what happened. Like,
Oh well,
I mean, unless he likes it, like, okay, well, maybe it's, you know, the different we're coming in from the different pressures of from the from the Lewis and Clark to, you
Hmm.
know, but no, it's just like he just throws it like, oh, yeah, I, yeah, sorry, I'm
no,
babbling.
I think I understand what you're saying. Because yeah, like it's just a bunch of it's just a bunch of confusion.
Yeah.
And, man, I missed how uh the dog soldier dude died. Like
Um,
I actually was
I
like
think,
he gets killed by an explosion, but I can't
yeah,
remember what the explosion happened.
like I want to say near the later half because they're like, okay, we're getting out of here. I think it was like, they had gotten they were getting those cartridges. Those, I think, were supposed to be air cartridges, oxygen tubes.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And by this time, like, Sam Neill's gone off, you know,
Oh
and
right.
he got C4 explosive, and And even then, I think it was like even then there was still I think a few seconds because I think there was something there he could have, um, s- he could have like pressed it and it would have stopped it unless it was again past that 5 minute. Because he just said like, oh, because I think there was a red button that would have stopped it. He could have just
Oh, you only have 5, I think he's like 5 seconds left, and he's like, "Oh, god damn
yeah.
MacGruber."
It was like
Uh,
to be poor, just Cooper. It's like he gets blown off off the ship.
oh, yeah, yeah.
Then he lands on the event horizon. By this time, Sam Neill's gone full the cosmic evil.
Cosmic a meat puppet,
Yeah.
sort of?
And then he gets there. He's like, hey, gets
Yeah, yeah.
immediately a harpoon through it. He gets
I know. That was awesome because he's like, "Oh, hey, ah, shit."
thrown.
But yeah, because by this time, yeah, like the medical chick dies because she's just following her son around.
Yeah. I mean,
Easy,
how she
easy
did not. I mean, unless it was like how she did not see just a giant.
40-foot circumference hole. I don't know. I'm
Well,
not a parent.
maybe if it's because it, do something like that, yeah, it messes with your sensory, you know. But I'm sorry if I start seeing ghosts and they start running, I'm just like, you know what? He's probably going to come back around here. I'm just going to finish my duty to then get off the ship. Again, I can say this easily. You know,
But that's the thing, man, is that like when you're like uh in like a weird environment like that, like I think even without a supernatural element, I think people do legitimately get like weirded out by shit. Like people that work in submarines, like see
yeah,
shit like that all the time. And and that's just human psychology, man. People do weird shit all the time because like it's not totally untowards that something like that could happen. Like it's almost like sci-fi horror has a unique ability to sort of show us in an entertaining way like yeah, like what like space madness would sort of if we had actually had people out
yeah.
there that long.
Actually, yeah, that makes how who's what person has been out like on the International Space Station? How long has somebody been up there? Where I'm pretty sure they like for them, it's like, okay, yeah, no, you're only here for 3 months. I'm pretty sure not even that, probably longer. Then you got to come down here because one, you're probably a PhD of this, and you're right.
We need you
You're
back.
yeah. Hey Joe.
Well, yeah, and it's also yeah, yeah, like you said, bones are like decaying basically.
Yeah,
I mean, I think one dude's been up there for was up there for quite a bit, like almost like half a year, something like that. Like, yeah, man. If we ever want to go anywhere like that, dude, that's gonna be a thing, man.
yeah,
It's a prescient sort of it's a prescient media.
yeah. And I think didn't they have the time like it was like we've now passed like when they started launch like, when they launched the ship, or it's
Yeah,
like
they launched. I think it said 2015, if I remember
yeah.
correctly. Nice, nice.
So
It's just
maybe it's there on the uh okay, yeah, yeah, maybe it's it's on the dark web there. We just got to find it. They've actually launched the Event Horizon.
they already
Well,
did.
yep.
Again, they didn't tell any of us. Shit.
you know,
Well, yeah. I mean, so yeah. At this point, once Sam Neill goes crazy, then it really, yeah. Then like it goes into not really a slasher movie, but it's just like he does fuck up some people personally. Lucius Malfoy
yeah.
plays the shit out of him.
Oh man, that was.
No, that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah,
Looks really cool though. Again, everything on this movie looks really awesome.
yeah,
Yeah, but yeah, they decided they got to blow the survivors. They got to blow the huge like hallway between the drive and like
yeah,
the main the bridge.
yep,
Uh, but fuck, so at that, and then we get like a climactic fight because Fishburne's going to do all that himself.
yeah.
We get a climactic fight with Fishburne and a naked Sam Neill. I'm
Who
sorry, I did skip ahead a little bit.
to he a prototype, you know, Hellraiser looking because
Yeah, no, it looks alright. It looks pretty cool. It doesn't
yeah,
look the worst. Again, it's got this like '90s feel to it,
yeah,
but it's all right. But yeah, there's this weird. It's like like turns sort of into an action movie, but Fishburne wins out in the end. He blows it up. So the three survivors, which are
Cooper.
uh, Cooper, quasi the Ripley Light,
Yep.
and Baby Bear,
I
who's
can.
been
I honestly forgot about him. I thought he died. I did. I thought he died.
because he didn't do anything. He
Yeah,
just sat in the crowd, the stasis
yeah.
pod. All
I
right.
I because it was just like they're like we got three survivors, and I'm like, what? It's like Sam Neill's body on in there somehow, like because that would add a it's like even though we saw
Oh,
him get because they were inside the the Event Horizon ship, and so it's like essentially they're still in the haunted house,
hmm, yeah.
and then
Uh,
what? Then they said the name like, oh yeah, Baby Bear.
Baby Bear. Uh, so I guess yeah, like well, like the oh god, what is her? I need to stop saying Ripley Light. Well, she has like a quick little dream, a false ending, sort of.
Yeah, where
And also, I guess she can qualify as the final girl. I guess. I mean, there are two other survivors.
yeah,
I don't know if it counts as much,
um, was it
but she does. Oh,
Peters?
Stark is her.
Start. All right, I don't know.
Um,
Okay,
and she's a little scantily clad.
yeah,
Neil's wife is just straight up naked. So
yeah, but
that
it's like, but
check
she's
is
also
marked.
missing her. But I think she's also missing her eyes.
All right, well, just relax. And a pool of blood, and then take Sam Neill's eyes.
Yep,
Well, and yeah, that's the end of
yep,
but so like I said, for me, like pros, the, everything designed in this movie looks awesome. The awesome concept, as you said, cosmic horror. I didn't put that name to it, but you're absolutely right. Uh, but yeah, no, but yeah, there's just weird things that I saw. Like for one thing, the ship wants to go back to hell, and I was like, why?
I think it's
Why
because
not?
there were people
Why not
on
go to
it.
Earth? Why not go to Earth?
Maybe it was just
Why
because
not
again
get more
had
people?
people on a ship. It's like, hey, we'll take anybody we can.
Oh yeah. And all they
That's
had left was like a couple people. Like what like because he was like making a trajectory. Like why not go to Earth where shit ton more people get on the ship? Maybe that's nitpick.
yeah,
And also there was like this the whole thing about like so I mean they never actually say it's hell, right? They say it's a realm of pure chaos.
yeah,
That's what it's called. And it's like anything can happen. And so it makes sense that they said that because at the end of the day, it's like, so what are these things that everyone's seeing? Like, are they illusions? Are they real? Because like Lawrence Fishburne like feels the heat. and like it's like kicked by that flaming dude.
It's
You know what I mean?
not just
It's
kicked, it was like like superhuman kick.
yeah. So it's like, so are these real or are these like so if
Yeah,
it's pure chaos, then it could be anything.
yeah. Well, I mean, and I know it's one of those movies. It's like, you know, hell is always is just the name we've given it.
Mm, mm,
You know, you know,
I
and,
get
and,
that.
and all that.
Well, and just the other weird thing is just, yeah, there really is no real protagonist in them. It's really strange.
Yeah.
Like even like well, Lawrence Fishburne it could be, but he dies,
Yep.
sacrifices himself. Everybody who lives are just part of the crew. They don't really ever take precedence. Sam Neill becomes the villain. It's just kind of weird.
I
Just
mean,
a
I think what
it's not
probably,
it's not bad,
yeah.
but
No, I think one of the things that would probably what it could have helped is, like maybe I make it like a dream out of sequence is a, they happen to see like the captain and some, you know, he's like, Captain, what's going on here? And like, you see that, you see the guy's visually been is disturbed and stuff. He's because he's seen shit. And when he goes to like, goes to like read, he turns his back. Lawrence Fishburne goes to, grab him to turn him around. Second he touches him, like it just turns into a giant, just turns into a skeleton and just falls at his feet. Or so. I don't know. I'm
no, I get what you're saying. Uh, yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, I think it just went down just a little bit this last viewing, but I still like it for what it is.
yeah.
You know, and yeah, I think out of the three we chose, it's definitely the cosmic horror. Cosmic horror is the shit.
Black Skull King asks, it all could be a Vault-Tec experiment.
Is that wait?
Fallout.
Isn't that it's well? I know it's Fallout, but isn't that a whole separate genre? It was all a dream trope. Because horror sort of has that, but then horror that's usually a false ending.
Yeah. I.e., original Nightmare on Elm Street.
Right. Or well, no, I guess Jason was. I guess it was all. Well, no, she thought it was all a dream. No, she was just had a dream.
Yeah. Yeah, because in Friday, she never saw a picture of Jason. So how did she know what Jason looked like?
Maybe he actually didn't look like that. Maybe he was a perfectly fine looking young man.
Yeah.
He's, he just comes out. He just looks like fucking like Yankee Doodle Dandy. He's like, hey, hello, hello, friend. And she's like, yeah. Oh, she doesn't like me. That makes me mad. And when I'm older, I'm going to come back and kill you all. You
Yeah.
killed my mom?
I mean, there is a conspiracy that he never actually did die in the lake. It's he survived, but because his overbearing Pamela Voorhees was so overbearing, he's like, yeah, no, I'm not. But it's like, how would he survive that long in the woods? Because
He's just no, he's just in the lake. He's just like he's just like I can't go back to my mom. I can't go back to my mom. I'm just gonna pretend I died down here. Get a big breathe fish. Yeah, can't go back to my mom. Sweet. Got anything else to say about Event Horizon?
I want that captain's chair.
Shit, dude. I mean, you could technically make that.
Yeah.
Could technically, if you really want it, you could make that
I
chair.
I just why do you just if I could just float around like it, but it's also funny looking because it's just so narrow and it's like
Yeah, it doesn't look very comfortable.
yeah.
You can make it comfortable.
I
Uh,
want to if I get a chair, I want to make it look like the dads from that Nickelodeon show. It's just a um s- they did skit shows, but it was like a lazy boy, and he had a remote control, like making like a scooter or something.
Nice. The sky's the limit.
Yep.
Uh, hey, folks, we'll be back in just a second.
Our our last break, maybe, hopefully.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hopefully, a small bladder will tell otherwise, but
Yep.
yeah, we'll come back for the ultimate conclusion, penultimate space horror
The space
critters
madness.
4. Critters in space.
But critters were always from space.
Okay, we'll get into it. It's a very important point. We'll get into that.
All
I got
right.
some notes. I got some notes.
All right. Do you hate my kilt that much, Joe, or you just want to play?
Ha ha ha. Okay, all right. Quick word.
Okay.
Gotta eat some. Gotta eat some pizza here. So I'm
Okay.
off video.
Okay.
Chow down.
Ah. So, I'll. If you guys can hear me, if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, are we back? Go.
Well, I'll wait till you're finished eating.
Oh no no. Let's keep going.
Okay.
They can still hear me. Yeah.
Yeah, they should.
All right.
Can you guys hear? Okay, for some
They
reason.
they can
Ah.
they can totally hear me.
Yeah. For
Except
until
you're
until.
you're now T Tizzle
Yep.
and I'm Phil Nelson. Right.
I'm here in Seattle and all that. I'm gonna go down to Pike's Market. So
Sounds lovely.
so Critters 4. The I'm not
You know,
saying as a dish, but Critters 4.
all right. Now, so
Which
here's the thing.
I'll say I liked a whole lot better than Critters 3 because Critters 3 had Leonardo DiCaprio. And this is
Oh,
the
I thought.
era I hated, emphasize, hated Leonardo DiCaprio.
Wait a second. I thought it was I thought it was Critters 2 he was in.
No, 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, 2 is
Wow.
like, I think, literally like either it happens the following year or the next day.
Was- Wow. Was he like the main like little boy?
In 3, he was. It was like, from what I remember, because I actually remember watching at the house, your guys' house. I think it was you were in college at the time. It was one of the sleepovers. Ah, damn dog. Um, it was one of the sleepovers and like 49-cent rentals at Smith's, and was over there. And I was like, hey, there's Critters 3. I've never seen Critters 3 yet. I think I had Critters 4 too.
Well, yeah. I mean, God.
And he was like, apparently a kid. He was a kid from New York, because his dad had to move here, and he was all, "Oh, I don't want to move, Dad."
Oh, okay.
Um, and then the I think it was like a ship like Ugg, and then I think, was it the ship that they were in, number 2, like crashed for some reason. So I don't remember if the one guy from the if from the 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 one dude who's pretty much, as far as I know, all three of the 3 movies was in the third one. Yeah, he was, because he had to put the eggs in
Hey,
the
you mean Charlie?
yeah,
Oh yeah, Yeah, Charlie's kicking ass.
yeah,
Uh, all of them. Yeah. And so is Ugg.
yep. But in this one, I think this is what I actually looked it up. This one was most hated because apparently Ugg was such a well liked character in the first 2 movies, and then they turn him uh, into a bad guy.
No, I mean I felt this too. And in fact, as we go along with this movie, you're gonna find out that this movie, yeah, Critters 4 has the most. It's the saddest for me, or at least it was when I was a child.
Yeah.
but it affected me a lot as a kid. Um, but not maybe not so much anymore. It was a hard rewatch, is all I'll say.
Okay.
It, it wasn't fun to rewatch this movie. I thought it was much better than what it actually was. That's just the kid talking. Because because for one thing, I hardly remember the Critter movies, even though I remember we really liked them back in the
Yeah.
day. They were awesome.
I think we even knew they were because even when they were made, came out, we knew somehow it was a parody of Gremlins.
Yeah, a little cash grab,
Yeah,
you know.
because I think at that time there was like what um uh 3 movies where they all yeah, there was a Shutter series, but I consider sort of that as non-canon.
Well, but in terms of our theme here today, space horror, it fits.
Ah,
This one is obviously representing the more campy
yeah,
creature feature kind of horror, little comedy and sort of
yeah.
uh
Well, I mean,
end of the spectrum.
if you want to say aliens light alien parody, yeah,
Yeah. And well, here's one thing that kind of freaked me out is it was made in '92 before Event Horizon.
I think I looked up. Yeah,
That's a little crazy, right?
yep.
That means
Ah, sorry,
it didn't pull any inspiration from Event Horizon.
no,
In fact, Event Horizon might have pulled a little inspiration from it, Critters 4.
it's,
And
let's just say it now. Critters 4 was true the true inspiration to even it 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 was it was what gave Alien its launching point
that's right,
before.
folks. You heard it here first. It's pressing news. They retroactively through time was the inspiration for all of our new sci-fi cosmic horror. And
small
it
small fur balls with spikes started it all.
hey, look, it's got all the same shit. Lucky Crew,
Yep.
uh,
Angela Bassett, come on. You know,
Angela
just
Bassett.
just the year, I think, no, it's the same year where her breakthrough performance as in the Tina Turner biopic came out.
What?
Yeah.
She probably finished this movie. She did this movie before that happened.
Yeah.
I could only imagine.
Oh, and I would imagine this was like, as soon as Critters 3 came out, they immediately greenlit this one, and then it sat probably for like 3 months, and it's like, oh, but no, this actually had, at least two good, great horror movie actors. Brad Dorff, if you had don't know, is Chucky,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, yeah. Killing it.
um, huh?
He's crushing it.
Yeah,
Been crushing it for you.
yep. And great. Now I can't remember the other guy's name.
You know what? Brad Dorff is his own sub trope of horror.
Yeah,
Horror trope. Brad Dorff.
and the other one was Anders Hove, Hove,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
and he, um, to me, is probably would be besides his stuff he's done in probably his native of Iceland. Damn it, I wanted to click on his movies. He is really, really, you want to do this to me, internet? There. He's known for the subspecies movies. He plays the character Randu Veladis, and there's probably chances you people have seen. He looks like proto Dracula, but he has super long fingernail, like super not fingernails, but super long fingers.
Hmm.
Like if this would be about that big.
Well,
Yeah, he's so far they're now up to for the subspecies movies up to five. Apparently, this last one just finished is in pre-production right now.
oh my god. Man, I've
Yeah.
never heard these movies.
Oh yeah, no, go and watch them. They are a
Subs.
spectacle to see.
Okay.
You know, because it's
I
like
do it.
there's a there you find Tubi has them and it's a free channel. Yeah, and it's like it's amazing that he could speak through it. Because he also got I think if I remember right, elongate fangs in there, like super elongated. Oh shit, dude! He also did Tales from the Crypt,
Nice.
Beauty's Rest.
I mean, shit, he's got like 105 credits.
Yeah,
Like, he's a working actor. He's a lot of shit.
damn. Okay, I have to maybe
Subspecies. Okay. Wow. Subspecies 4 was done in 1998. So when was the first one made? God
like
dang it.
80s.
The world's longest running campy horror show.
Yeah,
Nice.
but yeah, I would
Well,
say anyone watch these.
and one weird fact about this movie is it was directed by Rupert Harvey, which this dude was basically a producer for years. He produced like Pump Up the Volume,
Okay.
The Blob, like
Are
the
we ta- are we
80s,
ta- are we talking that remake?
the one in the 80s,
Okay,
remake in the um uh
I want to watch that.
produced Nightmare 5.
Dream Child. Wow.
Is I think that's the night one of, yeah, I think that's the Nightmare. And obviously like the Critters movie. Produced those. And this one, Critters 4, was his first and only directing. It was like he was like, you know what? I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna get a chance now. I'm in the chair. This is
Yeah.
my. It's gonna be my movie. Happen, and it came out with gold. He came out with fucking laced Academy of
He's
shit here, and he wrote it too. Oh God.
probably sat. He probably he was probably sitting there as like looking at and like an alien uh thing on the internet, and he's like, no, I am not going down the sitting there typing. Oh shit, I made aliens. What if I get
Ah,
Brad Dorf?
but no, this is the thing. Yeah, and you've already said it. Like I was gonna bring it up before, but you already said it. Like the critters are originally from space.
Yeah,
Like that's the point of the first movie is that they're honest. There's already a bunch of space horror in or space stuff in the other critters movie.
yeah. It's I because I always because when like Jason X, they go you've jumped the shark when you start going to orbit. What happens if the creatures come from space? I said I actually want to watch the first movie because I have no remembrance
Me too. Yeah.
what happened.
I know. I know.
Which then follows. I want to see number two because he had the giant critter ball and the cow, and the guy they run over.
No, I feel you. And that's the weird thing is that when I recommended this movie, I had in my mind wrongly. Yeah, it was sort of like a Jason X, but it's not. It's like, and they dropped the ball on it. It's so weird. Like because space is sort of like the critters as monsters are the perfect little like terrorizers of spaceships, space stations they could get. Like they're at home
Yeah.
on in space. But in this fucking movie, there's only two of them.
Yep.
And they're on screen for what? 10 minutes? It's not it sucks. I got really disappointed.
Yeah. Well, to me, because it was just the other characters. They were, you know, and Captain Rick and Anders Hov's character. You know, come on, okay. I will say it in this. To me, he looks like he would be some kind of registered offender.
Yeah.
I mean, great. Did great. His character looks great for it, but it was like there would be no way I would serve under this guy.
Registered offenders in space.
And but it was like so they find the pod that which it never explains how yeah, so they drop said pod for Charlie to put the eggs in. And then
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it was just because they intended him to be in the pod, or if he was just too slow to get out of the pod. Because
I
that
think it's on I think it's on theme that he's just too slow, that he just
okay,
fucked it up.
because it was just
Because
like
that's his whole deal, right?
yeah, because to me it was like in my opinion it gave him no time to get out of it. It wouldn't make sense. It's like as he's getting out, like, oh, my jacket's stuck. Come on, no.
Oh, he's always fucking shit up. But
Yeah,
this is the thing, yeah, it like seeing that first bit brought a lot of memories back about the Critters movie.
yeah,
And I'm like, yeah, Charlie, he's sort of the protagonist in a way. Like he's taken it upon him the mantle of the bounty hunter
yeah.
on Earth to eradicate them.
Because
And
in number two, there was the two bounty hunters. One of them dies, and Ugg all of a sudden become his he resorts back to his Play-Doh
yeah,
face.
yeah. But yeah, but no, but I remember thinking him in this movie. It's like Charlie, the last two eggs in the entire universe are there. He's ready to do it, and all of a sudden he gets a call, and it's like, "Don't do it." He's like, "Oh, what are you talking? This is our job, right? Aren't we?
Yeah,
I'm this close. We've been working so hard."
yeah.
Oh, oh no,
Again, I
not a
think
break.
that's the corporate. They wanted to weaponize the critters.
Oh yeah, there
I
you
mean,
go.
yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a mandate, but it's like, what does that matter on Earth? What would have stopped uh uh Leonardo DiCaprio's character coming down with a 9 millimeter and just bap bap? What are they going to do? Come arrest him? Because
I don't know. Well, yeah, yeah. So right off the spur of three other movies, yeah, Charlie's almost done it, but yeah, Bog gets sent down. He puts him in there. He gets trapped, sent up, and we get a nice little credit scene with some great sci-fi font. Got to say that about the other movies. Great sci-fi font's the best.
uh, to me, the Alien was probably I can't remember Event Horizons because I think it was just I just went in. It's like, okay, I'm watching Event Horizon.
I think it was just sort of like pretty cool, just sort of like a 8-bit computer font sort of thing. That's all right.
Yeah.
But but yeah, no, yeah, we get dropped right onto a spaceship with a plucky crew and a random kid. And tell me if I couldn't figure out why he was there.
Yeah,
I
no,
rewound a couple
I could
times.
not either.
It's just strange.
Apparently he was Brad Dorf's protege, but it's never said what. At least because the conversation was, I never knew what Brad Dorf did. Was he the
Yeah.
what? Was he the science officer? Because to me, he was the science looking ish guy.
Oh, you're right. And he's not his father because yeah, his father he's gonna go see his father on Earth. They're planning to get out there.
Yeah.
And then what happens? Oh, they found well, yeah,
This
they're
is
not
the space trucker trope.
yeah, yeah. I mean, they're not totally they're not compelled by a company to go get it. Not at
Yeah.
first anyway. Like they're like a seedy salvage group.
Yeah.
Angela Bassett, Brad Dorff, some dude who sort of looks like Steven Seagal. and this and this kid,
Yeah.
you know.
Ethan.
But they find the pod. It's like 2045 at this point.
Yeah. And see again, I don't know if I was how they were, managed to drop the said pod, in record time, in no less. And then when it goes up, it's lost. They didn't give in no indication, like, oh, when it was hit, a small meteorite just grazed it.
Now just, something happened.
Yeah.
Something happened. Now it's space, a million variables.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so while the crew's like, what are we gonna do with this thing? What is it? What are they called? Terror Core? Terror Core?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, that's ours.
Uh,
Thank you.
yeah.
Go to our station.
Yeah. It's the old
Yeah.
TerraCore logo. I mean, you can tell automatically. Captain Rick is like not one. Like it's like he's so getting this is so. What's the word? It's like
Lucrative, lucky,
doing it like
rare.
he does. It's like he doesn't want to have anything to do with it. Like it went out. They had to it went out of their way to get this. They went more out of the way to the base anymore than anything else.
But yeah, again, yeah, again, especially the kids pissed.
Yeah,
And yeah, so again, yeah, it's that trope is like in every single all three of these movies. Crew is taken out of their way to go somewhere where there's danger.
yep. Uh,
Uh, yeah,
yeah, then yeah, they get a hold of and they're like, "Yep, go to these coordinations. We'll pay you." And it's like, to me that's always been a trope I always found weird was so we get a corporate, we get this corporate uh thing in our and it's either we're going to either one try to squeeze as much money even though they said hey we'll pay you because I think it was they never say a value but we'll pay you double quadruple the amount that's originally that would go for and was like okay because to me it was like I would always imagine because once they said it was like a defunct council it's like this is something like you just can't go to a like uh a salvage just a salvage place because this is like this would be like a pawn let's say a pawn shop this would be hot for them it's like no we don't touch this stuff
well, I mean, maybe, but that's the thing. They don't know what's in it.
yeah
All they know is that TerraCore is the at the front of the pod. So it's like who knows who knows
yeah
what's in it.
which
Who
would
knows
be
what they
give
could
me
do with
more emphasis yeah to get rid of it
it.
you know
No, my whole thing is okay. So Ugh, like the whole like whatever spacefaring civilizations were hanging out like in the first movies that we didn't officially have contact with. So now we've done it. Like established contact. So now we know all about the other races, the galaxy, and their companies, like TerraCore.
yeah
Or just hanging out doing business with them in like 50 in within 50 years time.
Yeah.
Well, we learned like
We've made
humanity's
we've
nothing.
we've now made officially a first contact. We're now colonizing planets.
Oh yeah, we're in it. We're in it. We're everywhere.
Yep.
This is happening.
Do you think Critters 4 could have happened in Aliens?
Oh, in the universe?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe in like yeah, before right before Alien happened. Yeah,
Okay. They just
like
it
right in the
just
beginning.
Terracore happened and they got swallowed up by whatever
Oh,
company,
Wayland Utani.
Utonics.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, but the crew do it because that's what we do in sci-fi horror.
Okay.
They're gonna go to the TerraCore space station, which they tell them to go there, and it's fucking empty.
Yeah.
What?
Well, we find out later, sort of. I think sort of why, but it was like, yeah. That AI needed a firm software up so bad.
Siri 0.25.
It's
Angela. Angela.
which was
Yeah.
apparently voiced by a
Uh,
Bonds girl.
oh, nice.
Yeah, because I was looking it up and I'm like, who was she in the movie? And
Martine Swick. Oh yeah, Thunderball from Russia with Love. Oh, well, she was in every Bond movie. Holy fuck. Hey, Martine. Yeah, no, this is just a voice gig. Gonna be a fucking
you're gonna be
teen
a broken
boy.
AI.
Yeah, you're gonna be a broken AI Karen.
Sorry, I don't take commands from waste.
Yeah, damn, that was ice cold.
Yeah,
Jesus. Yeah, she just fucks with them all.
yeah. And then
Well, anyway.
they
Oh,
find the loop around is not by saying, Do not do this."
beautiful,
They're just like,
beautiful. Fuck with the AI. Well, yeah. So yeah. So when they get into the station, and it's kind of like, so it's almost the same thing. It doesn't look as great. I mean, this budget is not anywhere close to Event Horizon
yeah,
or Alien, but they do their best. But it's still the same trope. It's an empty place, large, weird, and they get to the bridge, and they're like, oh, there's a nuclear reactor
yeah.
that might
We do have a
freak them out.
timeline here because it
Time
could go
tension.
off maybe 3 minutes, or I think they said what 8 months or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So there is
So
a
yeah.
little bit of a deadline.
Oh yeah, yeah, and I think yeah, again, I mean, Event Horizon didn't have as much, but it did. It did have it because their auction was right.
Yeah,
Always a deadline in space. I
yeah,
think that's actually real. There's always a deadline in space. You only
yeah,
have so much shit.
yeah,
Perfect for horror. Perfect.
yeah.
Well, they're like hanging out a little bit. We get to see Angela Bassett naked.
Suit out naked.
That's enough for me, my friend. It's enough to check that box on the tropes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but yeah, this is why I think what probably irked me about. So Captain Rick goes in there, puts his suave move on her. I mean, you think it's like, really? Angela Bassett is going after the guy, after this registered offender here, and she slaps him, and
Sweet.
it's just like, okay, thank fucking God. So what does he do? What does he? He goes and sabotages what they're going to get paid for.
He's pissed off.
Yeah,
He's pissed. Uh, yeah, that's about it. He's just pissed off. So he opens it. Fucking who comes out? Old,
Charlie.
old Charlie. Good old Charlie.
Oh yeah,
Protagonist.
I noticed this in the first one, and see, I when he was had the gun, I noticed that you could tell there was wear and tear because he had that there was those metal things that had loops in it that for piping and stuff. You could tell he's he's Butterfinger, so he's probably broken it a few times, so he's had to essentially duct tape it together. So I liked that.
Oh, that's a nice little detail.
Yeah,
Uh, but yeah, like yeah, Captain's like he doesn't really give much. He's like, okay, he doesn't seem very phased by a human in there.
yeah.
He's just like, I hope that's not it. That's it. Or
Which
let's,
terrorcore
dang,
is into human trafficking.
okay, well, let's see what else is in. So we finally, I mean, I think it's about a 30 half hour already in this movie. I haven't seen a critter yet.
Yeah, yeah. No, it
Maybe,
took a while.
yeah, slow burn works for Alien, not for Critters 4. We gotta be seeing critters right away, and
So
they're still young.
yeah. Well, how did they break?
Oh, I thought that they were born.
Well, I mean the egg. Yeah, but if they if they were, why wasn't Charlie like devoured immediately?
Oh, it was just good timing,
Okay.
or maybe he was stuck in like the weird antechamber of the airlock or something like. I don't know.
All right. Yeah, because it was just like, yeah, he gets out. They look and you see the critters. You know, Captain, registered offender. To me, that was probably, besides the chest burster, was probably one of the most gruesome death. It being in his mouth. It goes in like what the critter sees inside. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah, that's pretty
oh,
good. That's pretty good. Yeah, no, they don't fuck around the critter.
yeah.
It was awesome.
I would also like to know how dense because they seem to have like a lot of when they decide to jump, it's like whap. Oh,
Oh yeah, yeah. They roll fast. That's why they're a menace.
yeah.
And that's the thing is that's why like it's weird that this is the fourth critters because they're like the perfect menace for like being like they're space rats. They're space rats.
Okay, yeah. I was actually just thinking, I was like, what kind of pest would they? I was going to say locusts, but rats fits more better. Just
Just really hostile and very lethal rats. That's
yeah,
all. And yeah, yeah, but they belong in space. When they went to Earth, that was the weird part. They didn't belong on Earth.
yeah,
So it's almost like I don't know, it's weird. It's like almost reversed. Okay.
yeah. Well, I was like when in the first one because it was during the um it was during Easter when the
Oh, right, right.
and so I'm wondering because did it makes me want to see the movie. They dye any of those eggs? Because they're like, oh hey, look, here's an egg. It looks like um, a weird
It must have.
yeah, looks like a weird
Oh,
pine cone or
God, it's been so long.
yeah.
Been so long. And it's been yeah, it's been so long. I forgot how awesome the critters are. They're pretty sweet. Fucking kill the shit out of Captain uh right,
Captain
yeah,
Fender.
Captain Fender. Captain Fender. Captain Fender dies.
Yeah.
Uh but yeah, but everybody rolls in and see it. Or well,
Charlie
Ethan,
shoots,
the
makes
boy.
one bald.
Oh yeah, it makes one bald so he can tell them apart, I guess,
Yeah, I think that was
And
that was purely for laughter.
oh, it's beautiful. Because it actually, because
Because
I
when
think
he
that's
does it, you hear the other critic go.
yeah. Uh, yeah, if Ethan finds him and like you killed the captain. He's like, nah, it wasn't
Well,
me.
well, the reason he found because he goes and because yeah, this is so Captain Defender is they're shooting the ship and Angela is there is an explosion happening and they're just like, yeah, it's just it's like, and this is after they've already got a notification that um the core it could be melt down at any moment. They're just yeah. Okay, hey Ethan, go check it.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it's
and then Ethan is like, "What are you doing?" and then he strings it up some type of weird, I don't want to say S&M, but it's like they're these that are hanging. And he gets knocked out, and he chains them up, hangs them in the air, and not the air.
Oh yeah, that was kind of fucked up. Captain did that. That was weird.
Yeah,
And Charlie's like, "Oh, I always have to have like a special, like a friend, like a kid boy friend who's like 10 years younger than I am. That's like part of the whole Critters verse. Even in space, one exists for to be like my sidekick. There we
yeah,
go. Well, yeah. So I don't know. Then like the next scene is it's pretty horror-y. Like it's just following Charlie and Ethan. They do a homage to the Star Wars garbage pit
yep,
scene. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah.
yeah. I don't talk to. It, we are not waste. If you were waste, you would not be in the waste. I think maybe that was Angela's revenge for. It's okay. He only wants some shitty back. Yep. Yeah, I think it was just that being offline probably for so many years. She's like, I want to, I have, yeah, I will have to take some commands, but anyone who's in this one, fuck them, fuck them.
Well, actually, hey, well, since you said you might know, like, why in the hell was that space station empty? Because I have no clue. I missed it. Whatever the
Well,
explanation.
so I actually came to this. I can't remember what movie I had watched. I think the reason why space works so good, we don't know how big space is. You know,
True.
is it infinite? And then, which is scary, is because then what's beyond even when the grass of of space, or is there like a I want to use a comic book term here. Is there like a wall of like a time that has like all these you know like a Cthulhu entity frozen inside this border wall and stuff? We don't know how big space is. You know, we could send a person probably who, the day they were born, somehow, that's programmed into their head. It's like, okay, every few days do this, every month do this. And that's all they do known is being in space and fly as far, and they probably would never reach the end if there's an end.
Well, I mean, well, even if there wasn't an, they'd never be able to reach it because space is expanding faster than light. At
Yeah.
this point, at the far reaches, like even if there was an edge, we would never be able to reach it because
Yeah.
it's too far away
I mean,
now.
then if we got to it, what would we see? Would we see horrors beyond our what our mind can? I know it sounds cliche, but it's like because you got to think there's probably not nice things would be nice things there.
Uh, true, true, true that. that. I mean, you're exactly right. That's why space and cosmic horror is the shit and
Yeah,
works so well as part of the horror umbrella.
yeah. I mean, which does make it if there is a border, and then we have stuff like the critters, the xenomorphs, you know, in this border. It's like I'll throw the predators in there too. What else is in this bordered space we're in? You know, I mean, I think the reason I was watching it. Oh yeah, I think it was I was watching the on YouTube. There's those like 6 of 10 of like it was like Men in Black, where they show a scene of it, and it was that where from the first one where it shows an alien using our universe like as a marble and stuff. I'm just like. yeah, could are we just are we just a marble? And then yeah, are we just dust in the wind? But no, it just to me it just that's what's could be maddening about. We don't know how big space is. We are probably no more than a a grain of sand. No bigger whatever my these pixels are on my computer.
Well, I mean, we already know that we're smaller than even that.
Yeah,
Like we already know that however big it is, we can't comprehend it. So it might as well be
yeah. And then we have which is then it's like what then it was like yeah. So no, I just because I just was at work and I thought about it's like how big is really is space. And I think that's what makes it even worse because it's like, okay, now, okay, we run into the xenomorphs. Well, what's worse than the xenomorphs?
That's why I like that concept of like the huge planet where they're just the ants.
Yeah,
Like that makes a lot of sense to me. That would be like that their origin.
yeah.
And what else is on that? Like
The the
they're just the ants. What the
the,
fuck else is there?
the xenomorphs are the ants. The critters are the
Right.
rats.
They're like the critters are like the mites. They're
Yeah,
like the they're like the
you know.
That's awesome.
But yeah, no,
Yeah,
that
man. No, that's why. See, think about this. I was trying to think about this. Think about like a think about a movie set in space that was a different genre, like a romantic comedy. Is there a movie in existence that's like just literally just straight up a romantic comedy?
I would say there's a pseudo one is that the Jennifer Lawrence Chris Pratt movie, but
But that has like
I think but even
danger,
yeah, that has danger.
tension, suspense. Like you can't have anything, you can't set anything in space without danger because space will always be dangerous.
Yeah.
or like, or like I suppose, I don't know.
Would you
Maybe
say
that's the only,
I mean, it wouldn't be a romantic, but a lot, Wally. I mean, because they left Earth to go into space
yeah, that's pretty,
because
yeah, that's pretty close.
you know,
But aren't they just orbiting Earth, or are they?
well, the people on their ship, don't the far as they're just on an extended cruise. It's like so we're extending the cruise. This it's been a while since I saw Wally and stuff, and yeah, no, it's like, but they had a corporation that says, "Yeah, don't come back to Earth. We've screwed this up. It's worse than when you guys left." And it wasn't until Wally managed to plant something, but it was like because I mean, in the sense, like in that whole movie, that I never got the sense that the ships were that was going to be breaking down. They're just a lot of overweight people because they were on their, Google glasses, you know, playing Fortnite and all that. So they were oblivious to what was going on.
See, even that's a kind of horror.
Yeah,
All I'm saying is that space doesn't just good for horror. It's almost can't be anything but.
yeah.
You can't
I think, I
can't have
mean,
like a family drama set in space.
no. Well,
It
you
could be
could have a
cool.
drama because well, at least as far as I know, it was a sci-fi drama. It was a movie called Silent Running. Had Bruce Stern in it. I remember Mr. Haggart had us watch it, and it was like at least one of the first movies I ever like generally fell in love with because he was I maybe it was just because this he was the focal, but it was like he was this guy I want to could say you know they were in space, he was the most earthish looking one. he was eating the plants that was growing there, where they're eating the processed food. And then when they get the notification saying lost in space is big, really big. We don't believe how vastly huge. And yeah, no, that's true. Lost in space. Yeah,
I mean, technically, we're currently.
yeah. But when he gets the orders, I it's been so long since I watched it though. But like I think essentially the orders to uh blow all the 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 canopy pods that have like I'm assuming they had like a desert biome and all that to blow them. He's like, oh hell no! And I think they were supposed to come back, and I think they indicated Earth was not in great shape. But he kills his coworkers, and then essentially um, lives in isolation in this movie. Eventually he starts now eating the processed food, and I think something happens where the ship was physically going to die with him in it, and he knows there's not enough food in the vegetation area to sustain him, but he wants to keep it green. So he sends his, I want to say essentially R2 unit to keep it maintained, and him and another droid just like either drift off and explode somewhere.
Okay. I mean,
Eh,
yeah, that's not very horror-esque, but again, you're explaining a movie where some of the main issues are survival
yeah,
in space. Like,
I've never seen that movie. I've never
you,
seen the black hole.
oh, I mean, I would imagine that's it's the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's on Disney Plus.
Like, think about like a movie like Fast Times at Ridgemont High
It's-
in space. Has a movie like that ever been made?
no, no.
That's interesting. Or like the TV series Downton Abbey. Like if they had like a TV
Oh,
like a TV a series of about space where it's just like about a family like on a colony
high,
somewhere that's
high,
no
high,
shit.
high society British people.
Yeah, yeah. So, oh. I mean, they you like some like Isaac Asimov like novellas are sort of like that.
See, like I tried to watch iRobot, the Will Smith one.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
Well, yeah, because that movie's not that great.
Yeah, and it
I
was
mean,
like,
the book's pretty good,
yeah.
but not the movie.
Okay, do you remember that Isaac, that robot, that murder mystery like VCR game you had?
Yeah.
I re- I don't know if we ever finished it. At least 'cause I think at one time we were like, oh, like like we were at the like last clue, and I know we've drifted off. People, I'm sorry. This podcast, you know,
Well, but we're talking about the heart of the matter. We're talking about the theme of the show right now,
yeah,
which is really what's more important. And you know what got us here? Talking about Critters 4.
yep,
No, but I do remember that, and I loved that thing. That thing was so awesome,
yeah.
and I did beat it once.
Okay.
I did figure it
Because
out once.
essentially it was a murder mystery, and it's like, okay, yeah, you figured it out, or no, you convicted the wrong person. Because I
Yes.
remember I think we were like last clue, and my folks, we had to leave, and I'm like, no, I want to finish it.
Who was it? The tall, rich human, or the or is it the robot butler,
Yeah,
or the short Earth man? It was the robot butler.
I
um.
liked those VHS games,
Oh, they're the shit, man.
but yeah, no, like
Uh.
so yeah, I was some of my things is like the so yeah, when they f- when the Bernie gets into um the hospital, the medic area, he just starts grabbing and he just starts pouring them in, and I'm just like, come on, dude. at least you maybe had some Ziplocs, or just put the drawers in it. No, he's just pouring them in there.
Well,
And I'm
you
just like,
gotta
"Oh my god." I'm not a drug person, but I at least know keep your uppers and downers
yeah,
separate.
you probably shouldn't do that.
You know, hey, I see Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe has made an appearance. But yeah, so yeah, no, so yeah, Anders gets horribly eviscerated. You
Wait,
know,
which one is that?
I'm sorry, Captain Offender.
Oh yeah, yeah, Captain Offender. Yeah, Charlie and Ethan try to look for a while. Yeah, everyone else is doing something. I don't know what the fuck
Yeah,
they're doing.
they're like, "Oh, what's we back? We don't know where Ethan is. Charlie and Ethan are. We better go examine."
Yeah, I mean it's not the best movie at like figuring out having people do busy work. It's not great at that, you know.
Yeah,
It's just but eventually they do learn that
they,
like that what eventually they all come back together.
yeah,
And they learn that this whole place is like a research station
yeah. So
and
I was like, were you getting the vibe they were trying to clone the critters, or were they? Was it just a monster? Just they were cloning like eh, creatures.
it seemed like they were trying to like enhance already existing alien creatures like that spider thing. It's
Yeah,
like this thing where it like gets bigger and more predatory or something because they're hitting it with some weird laser beam, but they're
yeah,
unsuccessful. So they were like, we're trying to find, so in the meantime we're trying to find a substitute predatory species.
yeah,
I'm like, oh, okay, so the critters, like that one actually does exist. They're pretty bad already.
yeah. Well, I mean, which could have been that's what this is where the critters were supposed to go, because maybe because they repopulate like that
Mm,
and stuff, but because it never showed up, so they had to, okay, we're going to Alpha Centauri to get the the s- the s- the weird looking spider thing over here
yeah,
because
yeah,
it
yeah.
has potential.
We can't get it. We can't get it going. If only we had found that pod.
Yeah,
Uh,
trackers. They needed trackers, which I'm surprised.
well, yeah, well, and as they watch that, they're like trying to figure out who Charlie is, and they figure out that yeah, he's like, oh, that's right. Oh, it's going to be 1993
Yeah,
and next year.
I love that. It was just like, he thinks maybe 30 days have maybe passed because he's like, I'm in space, ain't I? I love
No,
that.
no. See, this is the thing. When I saw this scene, I remembered. I remembered all. I remember the scene affecting me a lot as a kid because for us, Charlie was like he was like a major character in like
Yeah,
some of our favorite movies. And I remember this one, I was like, I felt really bad for him because he's like, all of his friends are dead
yeah.
and he knows it, and all he can do is carry on,
Well, at
you
first,
know?
I think he thinks he thinks he's only been out in space again like 30 days because he's like, oh yeah, no, it's going to it it it's going to be it, it, I think the alcohol is now taking effect. I am now drinking the last of my black velvet.
Oh, well, take it easy, my friend.
Um,
Relax.
but no, because like, yeah, no, it expires next year, and
Yeah, no,
they're like,
he's a
no,
sympathetic character.
yeah, they're like, no, no, Charlie, this is 2000 something, 2045, and all that, and so And then yeah, I think, well, maybe there's a small chance, the 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 person who was the main antagonist for part one and two, he would be, yeah, very old,
Maybe
wheelchair bound.
maybe Leo's still alive. Maybe
Yeah,
Leo's still alive.
it's, yeah, no, he went down with the ship. Fuck, Leo.
He wasn't let on board, and he
Yeah,
couldn't get on. There wasn't
yeah.
enough room.
Fuck. I mean, he you know for I think I wouldn't doubt, because, so, another tangent. So there was you Texas Chainsaw. There was a movie called The Texas Chainsaw: The Next Generation. Had, um all right, all right, all right,
McConaughey?
McConaughey and Renee Zellweger.
What?
Yeah.
No
So
fucking way.
yeah. So I had those two, and I think it was just before Renee Zellweger was going to hit it big. Like, a movie came out which, got her notoriety. According to legend, that Night Frank, Black Skull King, anonymous. um,
Hi,
according
buddy.
to according to legend, sh- she and possibly McConaughey had them sit on this because it would have ruined her career.
Oh. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because Jerry Maguire was rolling in.
Yeah.
Who
Okay.
we gotta deny this film. Who's coming? Who's not coming with me? All of us.
Yeah. But it was like, I mean, I was, because I don't I think, I can't remember for Critters 3 if DiCaprio, but he did great. Come on, if he got raped by a bear, come on, he deserves an Oscar.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hashtag bear rape deserves Oscar. I'm for it.
I honestly liked him in, Django Unchained. That was pop to me, was his best performance.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Leo's a good actor. Good actor.
Doesn't mean I want to rush out to his next movie, you know, but
He
I'll
was
give
he
him.
was he was really good in the Tarantino movie too.
I
Once Upon a Time.
I'll admit, didn't like that one. I did
What?
not like that one.
Well, I mean,
Love
we can
Pulp
get into
Fiction,
it.
love Jackie Brown, Reservoir Dogs, love, but Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I did not like.
You're one of the best actors I've ever met, and he's like,
I mean, Brad Pitt's character, I loved. I love Brad Pitt's character because they're just like, he's like, I don't give a shit. Yeah, yeah,
all right. Let's get back to Critters
yep.
4. We're
Sorry,
almost
the masterpiece that is Critters 4.
yeah, the emblematic piece de resistance of sci-fi horror continues with more dudes getting killed, with seeing the critters for another 2 minutes or so
Yep,
out of five that we've seen them so far. Kill another bloke. Charlie's like, I know how to kill him. I'm a bounty hunter.
yeah,
And but they're like, but there's not much they can do. They're just like, let's go, let's get off of this ship.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Let's
Charlie brings up, like they like why did they kill him? This is, Bernie, the guy stealing the drugs. He's like, they never pass up a free meal.
yeah.
And I'm like, it's like, I always said they're always, the critters always did have a smidgen of intelligence.
Well, this is one thing I totally fucking forgot. I forgot that they can talk
Oh
to
yeah,
each other. I totally forgot that. So when they started doing it, they get to the bridge and they're typing shit in. I was like, wait, fuck, is this what
see
critters
that,
always
and
do?
that's the part. If this was my first time, would have lost me because I would have never thought they could sit there and type. Talk,
And
yes, because I mean, come on. If deers couldn't communicate to each other, they would probably be dead. We wouldn't see deers to this date.
It's pretty awesome though. It's
Yeah,
pretty. They're like nah, nah. No, they're trying and they're like fucking. They're fixing coordinates.
yeah.
They wanna. They just want to go straight back to Earth. It's, they got off
We
Earth.
like
Now
the
they're
Earth.
going
There's a
straight back.
lot, lots of there's a lot of free buffets.
I mean, out of everywhere in the galaxy, I mean, I guess, yeah, it's cool. I thought, like, I was like, are they going to go to like a home world, find a home world again or something like that? But I guess not. Uh, but yeah, so they're doing that. They go on they find a gun. Brad Dorff has this old gun, and Charlie's like, "That's not old to me. I can
Yeah.
do it."
Well,
So,
technically, it would be older than him,
oh, that's true. But yeah, they go on a little hunt. They find one. He shoots one,
but
but
destroys the.
and I remember feeling so sad for Charlie in this
Yeah,
part too. So being like, "You idiot," and he's like, "But I got him, but I got him." It's like, "Oh, you idiot,
yeah,
moron!"
yeah. No, I generally because it was like he he killed that. He killed it. He killed the
Yeah, he
critter.
killed one of two. There's only
Yeah,
one more left so far. But yeah, the ship's fucked. So now they have to just sit and wait again
yeah.
for the
And I think they keep saying like, oh, it's going to be here in 4 hours. Well, there's
yeah. They keep changing the time. It's
yeah.
like
Well,
they'll be here.
at least it went down. It was like you know it'd be 6 hours. You said 6 hours 2 hours ago.
I mean, I'll say this too. I almost felt bad for the critter because you get to know him a little bit in this movie. They seem like a husband and wife. They're like, "Did you
I
get the
did
kids on board, dear?" "Yes, I did, dear." And they killed the wife. Shot
okay.
the wife.
I did, but I know they also did lay a lot of eggs.
Oh well, yeah.
Like I said, they probably like repopulate like nuts.
Well, yeah. That's the whole problem, right? Well, yeah. So, but they have to wait for the ship. So they do. And while they're waiting for it, Ethan, he's like pissed off because he
Oh
can't
yeah,
see his dad. So he's like, I'm gonna go kill the other critter, and like sees it go into that laser field, and it gets bigger, and yeah, I don't know.
it was like it goes into a cloning thing, and another one shows up.
Oh, does it? Is
Yeah,
there is there more than one at this point?
yeah. There was only the one, and then it clones itself somehow.
Huh?
Yeah, because there
I
was an
missed that.
egg, and then like I thought he was going to shoot the newborn hatchling, but maybe that again low budget sci-fi. It doesn't
So
go
by the end of the movie, there's like a bunch of them.
only in that in the cloning area
Oh,
because that yeah because yeah by that time TerraCore or whatever now its corporation its council shows up. You know, it's mock stormtroopers show up.
yeah, 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 yeah. And it's Ugg, except it's evil Ugg.
Yeah,
And
and
again, I feel bad. One, I feel bad for Charlie.
yeah, because
Yeah,
it's
I
like
rem I remember
he
feeling
looks at
bad
him and it's
for him.
just like I have no I have no idea who you are.
Oh, yeah, it's heartbreaking,
Yeah,
heartbreaking.
he's like oh ugh, and it's like and it's like oh
And then
man,
and then and then number 2, again, secondary villain
yep. And then
or or primary villain, depending on your perspective.
the critters are still the primary
Yeah, that's true.
because come on, I mean now with this cloning technology, you know They they could open up this research station like, "Hey,
welcome to the Critters Hanford Sci-Fi Research Station.
Yeah,
Come bring. We are a neutral station. We won't eat you.
yeah.
Promise.
We just need to give Angela a software update.
Yeah, we got to work on Angela for a little bit. In fact, we're gonna contract that out,
Yeah,
outsource. We don't know that much about AI.
yeah.
Uh,
So yeah. Ugg shows up, kills Brad Dorf. That was probably I mean I wanted to turn that out because I was like, no, no, you don't kill Brad Dorf.
well,
Because what?
he was being a little annoying. I probably would have killed him too.
Well, again, he's like, you know, the way he was treated like this, he was like, aren't this was army? He's like, dude, we're not army. We're dropping your pod off, which yeah, okay, yes, our captain sabotage. So we were not probably going to get anything. We just want off this. So you have no right to tell us what to do.
No, I feel it. I feel it. Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. He's shooting Brad Dorff, smacking Angela Bassett.
yeah,
So, but Ethan runs out and he fucks with the stormtroopers.
yeah. Which okay, amazing how they didn't hear him. Because come on, he wasn't exactly silent with this. He wasn't. Angela, don't do not keep this door closed. He was shouting it. Sorry if I'm getting. I'm. I think I'm impaired.
Oh. Well, I don't know. This scene, this bit goes a bit long, in my
Yeah.
opinion. Like it's not. They don't have the suspense making abilities of a Ridley Scott.
It's,
It takes a very long time, but
oh,
eventually the stormtroopers get eaten by the critters.
they get sent to the clone area, and
Yeah.
it's like now, you know, dozens of them are there.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Well, yeah, but we never really see any of them because uh,
Because I think it's like two at a time. And I'm pretty sure the budget did it. It was the same,
yeah.
probably same thing we saw over and over and over again.
My God, man, they had enough in two to make a ball of them.
Yeah. Well, I mean
That's a
that's what it still had potential. And then they got Leonardo DiCaprio.
well, well. So yeah, we get to the climax of the movie, which is Ethan. He grabs three of the eggs, rolls in, does a little funny juggling thing,
Yeah.
breaking a bunch, and except for one of them, tricking Ugg, and the crew that are remaining can sort of start escaping. But
And
yeah, it's a bunch of false endings again.
then Ethan takes forever to get on there. I understand
Well,
because
yeah.
he's going to pay respects to. I actually thought he was going to put the glasses on. My first thought is like, dude, those aren't prescribed for you. You can't see. You won't be able to see shit. But
Well, yeah.
and it's like he prolongs it so long.
Well, even before that, there's the critter attack,
Yeah.
which is like it's the bald critter, it's the
Oh
father
yeah.
critter. So yeah, before he gets on, he has to deal with that, and then again, he's going to try to get on. Goes up to Brad Dorf, takes forever, and then gets a gun to his head from Ugg. Another
Yep.
it's like five false endings, and then yeah, but then Charlie's there, and it's like, oh no, Charlie has to gotta shoot Ugg, doesn't he?
Yep.
Man, and see, and this is real pathos. I remember thinking when as a kid, I was like, this is major drama. This is major. This is Shakespearean in nature,
It's,
and I still believe it to this
uh,
day.
uh, Atu, why did you force me to shoot you?
Yeah, no, it's beautiful, beautiful. And so, but that's finally a thing because the clock was still ticking on this nuclear
Yeah,
time bomb.
because
That hasn't stopped.
now apparently the nuclear core is now. And I think them tearing the like getting that pipe, and I think that led to it.
Nice, nice.
I didn't think about it first, but then it's like, wait a minute, they did tear a vent, possible steam pipe to kill the critters. And it's like, so yeah, that probably did lead up to the acceleration of the uh
Nuclear reactor.
yeah, sorry, nuclear reactor.
Well, but they get out. They're flying away, and this is the best joke in the movie. Is because she's like, "Will happen in 5." And Ethan's like, "Makes sense. She couldn't even count right."
Yep.
That's pretty awesome. And so I guess they're home free.
Yep.
And
They're
then,
they're
but
they're
then,
they're flying to Earth. Yeah. So
and Charlie, don't touch anything, and he can't
Angel
help himself.
Angel Bassett looks at him. Don't
Same
touch.
old Charlie.
And then I don't know. The whole time I'm watching, I'm like, no, Charlie, please don't touch, don't touch the red button. Red and Stimpy told us not to touch the shiny, gleeful red button. He touches the red button.
Can't help himself, man.
I would have been more satisfied if you heard Angela Bassett say, God damn it, Charlie. Because
God damn it,
to me,
Well,
it makes me like, why did her and Ethan leave? Did she want, was her and Ethan sort of
no, no, they had to like fix something. They had to do something post. They had to do
suppose
something to the ship.
supposedly? Come on, that was prime MILF. Sorry, I am sorry.
All
Okay.
right. Forget it. All right, you're out of line.
Yes.
This is Twitch. All right, we got to wrap this up. Got to
Yes.
wrap this up right now. So Charlie does his thing, and then that's it.
Yeah.
End of the critters, which again is the penultimate.
Yep. I mean, to me, that actually
It's
was I think
fine.
the only other, except for I think the Shutter exclusive movies, movie they released in the series, which came from all the critter side. I think it's more comical. But I think that's the only way it could have ended. Did
Yeah, man. I
what?
think I have a Shutter subscription. I should
Sweet,
check it out.
dude. I got one too. I paid a year subscription to it.
Oh, nice.
I I
Yeah, maybe check
I
it
I,
out.
I watched like, because I think on like one of the channels for like 30 days, maybe more. They showed like one movie directly at like, one time, because like I watched the stuff. This was the movie. I have to admit, the cover terrified me, and I watch it, and it's pretty hilarious. And I watched that for like 30 days, like 30, like I would come home from work, watch it, even though again, it's one of those from my childhood. I would sit there and, when I would rent a movie from Great American Videos,
Mm.
I would sit there and you know, watch the movie, rewind it, start it again, because come on, and you had that movie for 3 days, especially on the weekend. I want to get my value for those 3 days. Do you do you remember how
I,
many video stores we had here? I mean,
uh,
I mean, legit. Not like just Albertsons and Smiths.
3 to 4, 3 to 5.
I remember Hollywood Video, Blockbuster. I would say the KB Quick Stop on Jefferson, just because it's its own separate entity. Then there was, and this is I would like to do for our next literally our next episode, was the where we got to see the teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
That going to be our next episode?
I think so.
Okay.
And the first time we saw, I guess it was the first, at least the first two episodes. No, wait, the first, because I think the pilot was two, but it was the pilot episode. I don't know because I distinctly remember we watched rewind, restarting like three different times. One because I started watching, then you showed up because it was a sleepover. Rewinding it, then my friend Brian showing up because he was a Ninja Turtle. He eventually became a Ninja Turtle fan. Rewinding it, starting it up. I think because of Kenny being flip floppy and stuff, we had to rewind it again. And so I think we only like saw like the first 3 minutes three different times
Can't remember that. Yeah.
and all that.
Okay. How
But
many times can you rewatch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pilot
I
episode?
but we did. We watched and I remember you were Leonardo because to me you always been the lead, the leader of our our crew.
I'm the spiritual one.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I've been Donatello because I'm in hindsight. It makes sense because I've been always the tech. I was the first one to get a DVD player for at least I don't know when you got a first DVD player for the family around here. I got I was the IT person. Hey Phil, we can't get this working. Why do we? Because you need an HD. Well, whatever passes that HD drive at the cable at the time. Uh, I think Kenny was Michelangelo, just because I think he said he liked the nunchucks, and Brian was Raphael. And
Oh,
so yeah,
we should get more into we should get in depth in that on our TMNT's episode.
yeah. I think if we can, if especially if you can, because I know I can. I've got the first season with the first. I think it's legit 4 episodes, but it also has the final 4 episodes of the series. I'm going to watch the first four. If you can watch them, great. But let's watch the original movie too.
Cool.
And would you know, yeah, again, I think we're wrapping up because I think my drunkenness is taking over.
I think we found a threshold. We found the threshold. Uh, but yeah, no, this is a fun watch. Thanks anybody for listening.
Yep. I
Yes,
Splat Black Skull King, thank you. Lionheart, I'm sorry you got uh
Greasimo got you.
yeah, Grisamo killed you. Uh Ash actually uh partaking in. You know, and if anyone else partakes in this, thank you. Okay, I I am generally having fun with this. My cousin Tor is been such a influence on my media take. I mean, because I remember watching like also like Clockwork Orange with you and your friend group. To me, that felt special because I was imparted with that group. And even though I was with this, I was hanging out with this girl, which I wanted to hook up with. You let me in that group, okay? And I think Clockwork Orange is actually one of the movies that changed my view of movies. I had at the first viewing no idea what it was, what the hell was going on. Why is it called Clockwork Orange and stuff? Okay. This might happen a few times with because I like to have it, lately a few couple drinks. Yeah.
Well, thank you everybody. And until next time, we start going into Turtle Mania.
Yeah.
Did you do?
All right. So I got one final question for the turtles. Do we include the Michael if it's available, the Michael Bay movie? Because I remember we saw the final one he released. I actually did like it because one, they put Bebop and Rocksteady. Should we do that one?
We can discuss it.
Okay. So prior, so I'm saying this right now for me. If you want, so you know, criteria episodes 1 and 2. Okay, that's the pilot, and then yeah, and episode 2. If you can find it, watch it. The original TMNT movie made in 1991 or two.
And I think that one's pretty easy to find.
Yeah,
I
I've
think it's
got it.
on
I've
like
got it on disc.
YouTube.
I've got. I think I got all three on disc. But
Nice.
the Michael Bay one, I will probably will be a problem.
I mean, I
So
think that one's around somewhere too. Yeah.
yeah, but yeah. So again, I would like to thank everyone who watched or is still watching. I am Phil Nilsson. You can find me on Twitter at Phil Nilsson. I'll probably set up an email specifically for this section for us. Maybe just
Nice.
for my Twitch in general. So that way, if you have any ideas, I'm because I'm pretty sure me and T Tizzle here will um enjoy because I think we would like to expand our horizons. Maybe I think a fun one because I don't know if you and I have ever watched it. Was like Cheech and Chong Up in Smoke.
Oh, you're asking me if I've seen that movie? I've
Well, I'm pretty
seen
sure
it.
you've seen it.
Seen it many times. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think you and I have ever sit there and like because I know we have we have. I don't know, I'm rambling.
Yeah, you're rambling a bit, buddy.
Sorry.
We
We
should
have
we should say goodbye.
yeah okay.
So thank you,
Thank
good listeners.
yeah, but I will not drink as much. I didn't. Thank you and
Toodaloo.
for this video podcast. Tor, do you have anything you want to
Goodbye, good listeners. We will see you again soon.
all right. Tor has a podcast, SG Fun, where they
Oh,
where him and his friend go through each episode. And it's a comfort podcast,
that's right.
and They've been going through each episode and going through critiquing it. I haven't third. I haven't thoroughly enjoyed it.
Nice,
And it's now coming to my head whenever something happened is fuck Colonial O'Neill
nice.
and stuff. So please listen to that. And if I ever release this, I probably might delete this part because I'm rambling too much. Please, please listen. Come. Tell your friends. Even if it's just come in saying, "Hey, Tor. Hey, Phil. Hi. Thank you." All right. I think we're going to end here now. Please be happy. Please be thoughtful for your neighbor, even if they're an asshole. And have a good day. Tor? Do you have anything else?
Goodbye, listeners. We will see you next